And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the TokuTitanCast. I am your host, Davis Madole, also known as Titan Goji, content creator on YouTube. I do reviews on tokusatsu and anime and a bunch of other stuff too. And with me, I have all the way from New York, the man of Resistance Pictures, a cog in the wheels of SHIN Godzilla, Anya Taylor-Joy's #1 stan, the man of cinematography things, the Daigaijin himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Yoko Higuchi.
What an intro. Thank you, Davis, for having me. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Oh, I mean, no sweat, dude. And I just want to give a huge shout out to Jay St. G from Nerd Cage Live. I took a few cues from him, picked his brain a little when it came to that intro.
Perfect intro.
I'm glad you like it, man. So, speaking of which, he's
He's
here right now.
Hey.
Yeah. So, how have you been, man?
I've been good. I've been very stressed the past 2 months. I've been in post-production on Last Session, which we'll talk about later on. That process has been very grueling. But I finally finished rough cut of the movie, so nice. I'm really happy. And now my good friend Darren, who was our AD and also a cast member in the film, he's also our visual effects supervisor. So we're starting the visual effects process now. So from here on out, it's going to be like a few months of like just tedious kind of like work of seeing whatever's on the screen and just kind of redoing scenes over and over again. But it's going to be another few months of stress, but I've been a lot more relaxed now that the rough cut is done. Like I kind of like step away for a second.
That's awesome, man. I'm super looking forward to the Last Session when it's like all set, ready to go. Like I'm honestly super stoked for it.
I'll definitely send you a copy first. You'll be one of the first few people to see it. Oh,
okay, sweet. I'll have to repay you somehow for that. Like you've become essentially a bit of a big figure when it comes to the whole Godzilla community of sorts. Everyone knows you as the production assistant who worked on Shin Godzilla, which I mean is like perhaps like the most successful Godzilla film ever made since King Kong versus Godzilla, which is pretty crazy to think about. And while I probably already have a bit of an idea, but I'm sure everyone in the chat here would love to know like how you got involved like in a project as big as that.
Yeah, I will say off the bat, like it still kind of is very strange to me that like people know who I am. Like that's a very that's kind of like an unknown like I don't know, feeling that I'm still like, oh, like people know who I am. Okay. I don't know why, but I guess I'm so honored that my name has kind of gone through the community and I've met so many great people like you through this. So I'm so happy that I'm like a figure, I guess, which is weird to say.
Yeah.
Because I really don't consider myself like anyone important, because like every time somebody's like, "Oh my God, you did so much work," I'm like, "I was a PA, guys. I was literally like how you opened me. I was a cog in the machine of filmmaking that was, Shin Godzilla." So like the praises are a bit too high, but I'm so honored to have all these people kind of like come up to me and say all these nice things. So I appreciate it. So to answer your question, back in 2015. They announced the Godzilla project, and I was like, okay, that's cool. There's a new Godzilla movie coming out, awesome. And then at some point, I believe on April 1st.
Yep, April 1st.
Yeah, April 1st. They announced that the directors were going to be Anno and Higuchi. To clarify just one quick thing, no relation. because
Oh yeah.
that's always everyone's first question. Like, are you related? Like, no. I can see why you think that, but the last name is just coincidence. It's not. We're not.
Yeah,
We're not related at all.
It's like if someone's last name was Johnson or Smith. Like it's a pretty common last name.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So when that was announced, my views on the movie changed from excited to like hyperventilating. I was like, oh my god, Anno is doing a Godzilla movie. Higuchi's on board. Oh my god. So my head was spinning, and for I think about 2 months, I kept thinking about it. And in 2015, I was 20, and I was at this point where it was 2 years after I graduated from high school, and I didn't have a job. And I spent those 2 years focusing on like just making as much short films as I could on YouTube. But I kind of had the thought of, I've been doing this for 2 years now, and it's gotten me some experience behind the camera, but in the long run, it's not really helping my career as a proactive thing to do, right. I guess, because like it's only a few, it gets like a few hundred views, and then it kind of like caps out. So I wasn't really making the waves that I wanted. So, and I did a lot of research on directors and, how people like Gareth Edwards and Nolan or Tarantino kind of like got to where they are. And a lot of directors kind of start out doing PA work or digital effects work somewhere in the industry. They kind of like have their beginnings. So I thought, okay, this is going to be a long stretch, but what if I send a letter to Toho and I ask them if I could be a PA on Shin Godzilla and tell them, like, look, I'll do whatever. I'll do whatever you want me to do, and I'll even do it for free. I will come to Japan on my own volition. I will kind of do everything myself to get there.
That's awesome.
But could you please, if there is a PA kind of like gig or role for that's open, would it be possible? And I wrote the letter in English, and then I had my mom translate that letter into Japanese. So they got both letters via the mail and email. And when you send the letter to like a studio, you're not going to expect anything back. Like I sent it almost like 95% knowing like I'm not going to get anything back.
Yeah, because there's so much going on over there.
There's so much going on.
It's so far away. Like who knows if it even makes it there?
Exactly. And I also thought, like, how many other people have done this too? Like, how many other people in Japan sent letters being like, hey, like I want to be a PA, because there's always a hunger for roles in the film industry. So I was like, there's no way that my letter will get through. And I forgot about it for like about a month and a half. I completely forgot that I sent that letter, because I was
boy.
You know what, it's not going through. And my mom was like, yeah, it's probably not going to go through, but you know what, like it was a good attempt. And at the end of the day, like I am being proactive, and even if it doesn't happen, I'll just move on to something else. And then come July, I get it was like a regular day. It was a regular day. I don't even know what I was doing at the time, but I was home, and then I checked my email, and I can't read or write Japanese. I can only speak, but I read the words Godzilla in Japanese on the email subject line, and it was from a Japanese email address. And I was like, oh, okay. But wait, Yoko, this is most likely them saying, like, I'm sorry, you're so far away, we can't do this, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, preparing myself for disappointment, I guess. I opened the email. I can't read it. So I was like, Mom, read this email for me. And then as she was reading it, she stopped. And I was like, what? Like, what does it say? and they wanted to do a Skype interview. And I couldn't believe, I was like, they want to do a Skype interview with me?
Oh,
like,
man.
why? And then we scheduled a Skype interview. I think it was like a day or two after I got the email. And of course, there was the time difference. I had to like do it at like night because it was their morning.
Right.
And it's these three guys who I came to know quite well on set. And they asked me questions like, can you ride transportation by yourself? Can you, do these things kind of like by yourself? Because they know I'm an American, and they wanted to make sure like there's no kind of like communication issues, because that's going to be a big no-no on set.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. So they didn't say it outright, but the Skype interview felt like they were testing my Japanese skills, speaking skills. Because
Right.
in the letter, I have already prefaced that I can't read or write, but I can speak Japanese. So I answered their questions, and I told them my aunt lives in Tokyo, so I will stay with her throughout the duration of the film if I'm accepted. And the Skype call was about 20 or 30 minutes long, and they were like, "Okay, great talking to you. We will contact you back if you get the role." And I'm like, "Great, okay." And I close the Skype call, and then I kind of like I fall back into my seat. And then 3 hours later, I get another email, and again, it's in Japanese. So I had my mom read it, and it said like, "You're in," and in the email, I still have the email somewhere.
Oh.
In the email, it had like a map of Toho Studios. It had like instructions on how to like go inside and everything, and I lost it. Like I sat.
Oh,
I was,
I bet.
yeah, I was sitting there, and I was like, "Oh my god, is this real? This is real? Is this real? This is a real email from a real person, right? It's not a prank. This is real."
Mom, help!
Help, please help. And her reaction too was not helping me, because she was also like, "This is real, right? This is real." So we were both like sitting there like, this is really happening, right? This is really happening. So immediately booked a plane ticket to Japan. We contacted my aunt, who was so generous enough to let me stay in her apartment for 4 months. Thank you to my aunt, because if without her, I don't know if it was possible. But
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's how it happened. It was a letter that I sent to Toho, and then the rest, I guess, is history now.
All right, so okay, so you pretty much talk about like how you pretty much got involved in Shin Godzilla. I think like a good segue would be to ask like what was it like working on Shin Godzilla as a production assistant, and I mean just in general, like what was it like being there for the whole thing, or however long you were working on the film for?
Yeah, it was eye-opening, because obviously, this is the first time working on like a professional film set as like one of the crew. Prior to Shin Godzilla, I had been a background extra, so I've had experience being on a set, but I haven't had experience working on a set as a crew member. So that was quite interesting to kind of like see how the mechanisms of everything worked, and also how different the Japanese film industry was from the American, Hollywood film industry. Because I went into Shin Godzilla with some preconceived notions on how a film set is supposed to go.
Right.
And half of those turned out to be things that were in Hollywood and not in Japan. So
yeah.
I had to kind of like
I mean, they were completely different from one another.
Exactly. So like every now and again, like I had to like shift gears. Like, okay, yeah, it's different. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like I would always see people talk about Japanese films, asking, "Oh, why couldn't they do this or that?" And I'm just thinking, it's a completely different industry, dude.
It's so different, and like the crew size alone is like not even a fifth of like a regular Hollywood movie. Like I'm sure the number of people that worked on Godzilla versus Kong is probably like 5 or 10 times more than the people who were working on Shin Godzilla. It was a tight crew.
If I remember correctly, didn't Shin Godzilla have like the largest like cast and crew for a Japanese production? Like,
yeah, the cast was sprawling. Like that was surprising because they were able to get like cameo appearances from like a bunch of different people.
Right, like Mamoru Oshii and Hayao Miyazaki.
Yeah, so the cast was definitely huge, but like the crew size was very tight knit. It was very small. It really did feel like a family dynamic at some point. Like we all kind of, became a very tight knit crew, and we all got to know each other, and we were all friendly with each other, and it was a good working environment on set. And I think that's a lot to do with Higuchi's part, because he really picks like these amazing people who I still talk to. And these guys are, they're awesome to talk to, and they have experience on film productions, and they're all tokusatsu based. So I learned a lot just like talking with them and just like being around them. So being on set was really, really cool. But I will say it was physically the most tasking thing I've ever done, probably.
Oh, wow.
I was dying every day. It was really like, you're on your feet like 9 to 12 hours a day. You're like running around in different corners of the studio, and like you're trying to make sure like nobody gets hurt. And I'm in the special effects department, so like we're doing explosions and shit. So I'm like, please have nothing go wrong, because if anything goes wrong, I'm gonna have to deal with it. So, yeah, it really was a grueling experience, but never did I feel like it was a negative experience. Like it was just physically grueling, not emotionally grueling. And of course, it always motivates you when you see the animatronic Godzilla just like in the background. You look at it and you're like, that's motivation right there. All right, I'm gonna go to my day and do my work. And
like it's like worst case scenario, just look up at the giant radioactive dinosaur, and it'll give you hope. It'll give you the strength to move forward.
It gives you the energy you need, and then you just go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was really, really fun, and I can't thank the crew enough for being so welcoming, because I feel like I kind of come in with like a slight handicap with the language barrier, but they were so kind and gracious, kind of like baby step me through everything. And there was a lot of stuff I had to learn kind of like off the bat. And the other PAs like knew their shit, because, they were studying in film school in Japan. So they know all the terms and stuff that I didn't know. So I had to kind of like piggyback off of everybody, but like everyone was so kind and gracious to kind of like just slowly get me through everything without having any like problems on set. So yeah, it really was a great experience, and I love those guys. They're really great guys.
That's really awesome, man. And before I like continue on with that, I just want to ask something real quick. I mean, this was something I was going to ask later.
Yeah.
But since you brought up the difference between working on a Japanese production and how Hollywood works, you mostly or mainly do independent films, and I'm wondering like what is like the huge difference between working on something as big as Shin Godzilla and just doing stuff on your own through independent filmmaking. Aside from like the scale of it and all.
Right. It's a good question. Like any production of a major film, there's a lot of like bureaucracy that you have to kind of go through.
Right.
Where there's like, there's call sheets and, shot lists for what you guys want to do on a specific day. And you have to kind of like hit those marks. I think there is a lack of kind of like freedom on a professional kind of like larger scale set as opposed to like an indie set or that I work in, where it's like the opposite, where because we have no resources, we kind of have to think on our feet and kind of have to like think outside the box.
Right.
And that allows us to kind of like be free of any constraints creatively or production wise. If a light isn't working a certain way, there's always like a workaround for it, and it's quick. It's really quick because we have no time to waste. But on a real film production with like money kind of like backed into it,
Right.
there's a lot more kind of like things that have to be approved by different people, and you kind of have to go through those motions, and you kind of have to talk to more people to do something, as opposed to like a set that's small scale like mine. You just kind of like do it. So
Right.
It's a lack of freedom. However, you're able to do more on a professional film set because you have the resources to kind of like do whatever it is you want to do, but it takes longer to kind of like get there, I guess.
All right. And going back onto the subject of Shin and Godzilla real quick, you talked about how you got involved. You talked about like what it was like, working on that film, and like as someone who worked on Shin Godzilla, what was it like when it was all done and the hype was building up? It's finally in theaters. It earned lots of money in Japan. It earned all these awards. How was what's essentially the aftermath like from your perspective?
Man, it was unprecedented. Like I didn't see this coming. I knew that it was going to be big, but I didn't know it was going to be this big.
Right.
And I don't know if anyone else also anticipated it to be this huge. Like, I think we knew because, it was Ono and Higuchi, on the project. I think Toho had a certain amount of people kind of like in their head, like, these two guys is Evangelion duo. So
Right.
it'll get the Evangelion fans, by default. But I don't think they like predicted the scope of the audience. And I certainly didn't either. I was so shocked that it like broke so many box office records, and like it went on to win the Japanese Academy Awards, basically.
For best picture, director, lead performances, sound mixing, visual effects, like all this other stuff. It was sweeping Japanese film award ceremonies and all that.
Yeah, it was crazy, and I remember being there, and I actually got to I saw the film on July 4th for the first time because the crew was
that
invited.
early.
Yeah, all the crew were invited to watch the movie at Toho Studios, and I was like, "Great, I'm there. I'm gonna go see it." So I went to Toho Studios to see it, and it was like a small kind of like preview screen within the studio space, and that was when I saw it for the first time. And then after that, before its release, I think I saw it 2 more times because the crew guys invited me to the IMAX and 4DX test screenings. They were testing to see if like the projector worked and the 4DX seats were working perfectly, and then I was invited to that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was cool. So
yeah, I'd love to watch Shin Godzilla in IMAX 4DX, just all of that.
That was a blast, and Higuchi was there, so it was great seeing his reactions to the 4DX. That was really fun. But yeah, I could not believe what I saw when I saw the finished product, because even working on the film, especially as a PA, you aren't really sure what it's going to look like. You kind of have an image in your head, sort of right. What it could be. But, I've read the script with my mom because she had to translate the whole thing for me. And I thought to myself, like, okay, there's a lot of boardroom scenes, and the script is really dialogue heavy. How are you going to fit this in a timely kind of like film? Because the amount of dialogue that's in it, like, it could be like a 3-4 hour movie if you kind of like paced the dialogue like a regular kind of like speed.
Oh yeah.
But
which, I mean, Shin Godzilla, it was all fast paced.
Yeah, it was
quick cuts.
Yeah, exactly. So it was really hard to imagine what it was going to look like, and in the script, like, Godzilla was red, so I was like, what is going on? And I see it, and holy shit, it blew me away. I was so kind of like in awe of it, and then I was like crying when the atomic breath scene started. I was like weeping.
Oh man.
I could not, like, once that choir kicked in, I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. Like, it's too good.
It's like, oh god, there it is.
It's like that, like, when you see like a beautiful sunset and like that one tear kind of like comes down your face, like, it was like that moment of like it was just like the one tear kind of like fell down my face. And then at the end of the movie, when I saw my name in the credits, I lost it. I completely lost all control of my emotions, and I was like weeping in the Toho theater.
It's like, there's my name.
I was like, there's my name. And it sounds dumb, but like, I had to train myself to remember what my name looked like in Japanese. So I was like, okay, don't miss a name. Don't miss it. Oh my god, there it is. And then just the waterworks. And it's such a weird coincidence, because at the end of Shin Godzilla, they play, classic themes from the Showa era and the Mechagodzilla theme from the Heisei series. And the track that pops up when my name comes in is from Ghidorah, the three-headed monster.
Oh.
And that is the first Godzilla movie I've ever seen. So I was like, awesome. And that's like, that hit me like a sledgehammer. Like,
oh wow.
In that moment, like, I saw my name, and then like I did that a Ratatouille thing where like he eats the the critic eats the food and then he smashes back. I was like, that was me. I was like, I flashed back to when like I first saw Godzilla for the first time. I must have been like 2 or something. And like
it all comes full
comes full circle. So that like ruined me.
Someone must have known. Someone must have known.
Like, oh no, you sneaky bastard! You must have heard that from somewhere. And it was so embarrassing because, like, the lights turn on, and like I see my crew members, and they see like my like red cheeks, my like watery eyes, and they're like, "Look at Yoko," and I'm like, "What?" So yeah, that was quite something. That was I'll never forget that moment, seeing that film for the first time on July 4th, and it really was something special. And I think the only thing I can describe it is like a magical experience. Like, I never felt so, like, I don't know, entranced by like movie magic. Like, it felt like, oh, like, this is why I want to make movies. Like, that feeling that I got from that moment, it's like, it really inspired me in a lot of different ways.
I'd honestly kill to be in your shoes right now.
just weeping constantly, just like crying.
Yeah. So I dumb question, but I take it that you like the movie.
No. It was a awful. So I didn't deserve any of the awards. Please, what a god awful movie. I may be biased because I worked on it, but I honestly, and to be honest, I was a bit worried because I read the script, and I knew that it was in good hands with Anno because he's Anno, and it's Higuchi doing the effects, kind of like reeling him in. So I'm like, all right, like, I can trust these two. But the script was so ambitious that like I think the conservative part of me kind of like kicked in, and I was like, "Is this gonna work?"
Right.
And I was so not concerned, but like I was anxious to see how it would turn out, and it blew me away, and I personally think it's the best film in the series since the original, and I think it's the closest that any film so far has ever gotten to even kind of like touching the original film. And
yeah. I mean, yeah, like I'd say it's easily the best like modern Godzilla movie like thus far.
Yeah, like post Honda like era. I think like it's so kind of like it touches upon the political aspects of Godzilla, which has always been a theme throughout the franchise, and while doing that, also giving us some spectacular like action sequences with the monster. So I don't think we could have gotten a better film. I think it's perfect the way it is, and it's a miracle film. Like it's great. I adore it.
Oh yeah, I mean, now kind of going back to the whole bureaucracy aspect of how like filmmaking works, and you don't really have to answer this if you want, but I did hear that from a panel with Shinji Higuchi at Famous Monsters Convention is that there were apparently like 2 cuts of Shin Godzilla. One was one Toho was going to put out, and the other was essentially like a director's cut of sorts. And at the panel, Higuchi admitted to like swapping the cuts. Do you have any insight on that? I mean, it's okay if you can't answer that, because I mean it kind of does sound like a little sketchy territory.
Yeah, I can answer it only because I didn't know that until afterwards. Like the cut that I always saw was the cut that we saw in theaters. So maybe that was, Anno and Higuchi just kind of like showing the real cut to us, if that makes sense. But the one I saw at the IMAX test screening and the 4DX test screening was also that cut.
Okay.
So it could have been a thing where maybe at the premiere, because I think Higuchi mentioned at the premiere they switched the cuts, I think. Again, I really don't know, because the only cut that I've seen is the one that exists. Okay. So I'm honestly really curious to see what the Toho cut of Shin Godzilla looks like. Like what was done differently? I have no idea.
Right.
But, yeah. I do know though, from an article I read, it's unconfirmed, so don't take my word for this, but I think before filming began, I think Toho suggested to Anno to make Rando and Kayoko ex-lovers.
Oh, I think I remember.
Have you heard about
that?
Okay.
Yeah.
And Anno was like, nah.
Yeah, like you can kind of see like subtle hints of something like that, but like at the end of it, like there's like no way of telling.
Yeah, and I think
I mean, yeah, it was a good choice to not implement that.
Yeah, I think like why I love Shin Godzilla so much is like it goes against so many of like the general kind of like blockbuster kind of like tropes. Like there's no romance, there's no like human drama story of like I have to do this thing because of my backstory and whatever. Like it's just a movie about this current circumstance, and
right?
How do we fix it? So I love that.
It's a very in the moment sort of film.
Exactly. Yeah. But to answer your question, I had no idea there were 2 cuts of it until after the movie came out, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's genius!" Like I don't even know how you guys pulled that off, if that's true, but that's really funny. I got to ask Higuchi about that at some point. Like, hey, like, how did you do that?
Yeah, and although at the same time, Higuchi also has a bit of a track record of like making like jokes and whatnot, like at conventions.
Yeah.
There was this one time at G Fest where he said that he forgot to bring like a model of Godzilla's first form, which is just the tail.
Yeah.
And and at that same convention, he one of the panel moderators asked if Attack on Titan was a sequel to War of the Gargantuas, and he said, "I can't really answer that."
He's a really funny guy. I love him so much. He's hilarious.
And I believe like sometime last year he said something like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if Shin Godzilla was in Shin Ultraman?"
Ultraman, yeah. I was like, don't do this to me. Don't tug at my heartstrings like that, man. Like, don't. That's cruel. That's a cruel joke.
Like to put it short, Higuchi, like he's a guy who knows what the fans want.
yeah. And he knows what to say to like push our buttons. Like he knows exactly what to say. And you met him, right?
Yeah. At that same convention, I met him, and I mean he's truly a very just amazing person.
And you met him with
the
Sakurai, right?
Keiichi Sakurai, the cinematographer. It was really awesome getting to meet those two, especially Higuchi. It's like every time you see him, you can feel his presence, and and it's like this wave of hope and motivation just kind of overcomes you. Like if you're in the
ball of optimism.
Oh yeah, like, and and I'll be honest, I couldn't compose myself at first when I first saw him, and like if I was going to the convention, I was like, okay, I'm gonna play it totally cool, gonna play it totally straight, and as soon as I see him, I'm like, God damn
it! No. I was the same. I was the same. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I was the same way. He must have thought I was like an idiot the first time I met him. I was like bubbling and like mumbling my words. I was like, Yoko, you made an ass of yourself. God damn it. But after that, like we chatted and stuff, so he knows I'm not an idiot. I hope. Awesome. Sakurai is also a great guy who him and I hung out several times in Japan while I was over there, and he's so like knowledgeable, and he's a veteran of the tokusatsu genre. So like just hearing his stories just like is amazing. And him and I went to the Fukuoka Godzilla exhibit that opened up, I think, in 2016. And we also went to Kaiju Sakaba together. So he's really cool, and I can't like think of enough for just being really awesome. And it was really cool seeing them appear at G-Fest. I was like, oh, it's those two. That's awesome. I wish I was there. I was like, be like, hey, it's me.
Considering the state of everything in the world right now, I mean it's pretty hard to get special effects, special guests from Japan to come to like American conventions like G-Fest. Yeah. So I mean, who knows? Maybe one day you could be a special guest at G-Fest.
I'd love to. I'd never been to G-Fest, so I've always wanted to go. So
I will say, like, from personal experience, it's definitely going there once just to kind of just take it all in.
Yeah.
And everything after that, I'd say just go to hang out with friends, because I mean it's a very small convention. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of stuff to do, but at the same time, not really.
Yeah. No, I got you.
But yeah, it's definitely like a great like hangout sort of like event, if you will.
Yeah, I'm dying to go. Hopefully one day after this whole thing ends.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, here's fingers crossed. Here's hoping.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. From your point of view, what was it like growing up with Godzilla?
Man, I think so I got into Godzilla because I think it's the same for a lot of people. I was obsessed with dinosaurs, and I still am.
That's fair. I don't blame you. I just watched Carnosaur last night, and I honestly think that's a great movie.
Yeah, I cry whenever I see Jurassic Park. I don't know what it is. I cry every time. Whenever that Brachiosaurus comes in, it's like a nostalgia thing. Like it just takes me back, and instantly like I just start like the waterworks again. But I've always loved dinosaurs, and it's always been a thing with me. I still have the toy right here, up here. My first ever Godzilla toy was a King Ghidorah. It was Grand King Ghidorah.
Oh.
I was in Fukuoka with my grandma.
I think I might have that same Grand King Ghidorah figure back at my house.
It's like this big.
Oh yeah, I have that. It's at my house.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him. He's like right here. Yep, this guy.
Yes, that's the one.
This guy. This is my first ever Godzilla toy I've ever gotten, and I don't remember the story obviously, but my grandmother loves to tell me this story where I was walking in a supermarket with her and my dad, and I saw this thing in the box, and apparently I just stopped walking, and I couldn't take my eyes off this thing, and my grandma turns to my dad and goes, "If we don't buy this, he's not moving out of the store." So she bought me this this Grand King Ghidorah, which I still have, and it's beaten to shit because I was like a little bastard. If I got this now, I would have taken.
Weren't we all?
Yeah, I would have taken a lot better care of this guy if I was older now. But I'm so sorry. But my dad was like, "Hey, you know, this character is in a movie. Why don't I show him the movie?" And that's when I saw Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, for the first time. And then I guess my allegiances turned to Godzilla after he's beaten this guy. And then from then on, I was like, "Oh, I love Godzilla." And then my dad was like,
so is that the reason you started to beat your figure as a kid?"
Yeah, I was like, "I'm Godzilla too. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you." But then my dad was like, "Hey, there's like a million more of these movies. I'm gonna rent them and show him, you know, these movies because he grew up with them too." So and after that, I saw like Mothra versus Godzilla, and you know, some of the Heisei films, and from there on, I was obsessed, and that's kind of like the start of it, and it hasn't really changed all that much from when I was like 2 seeing this guy for the first time. But I think inadvertently my love for Godzilla must have impacted my kind of like love for science and filmmaking. Long story short, I wanted to be a scientist growing up, and I still do. I still have a heavy interest in science.
So you're a nerd. Okay, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah. I'm a nerd. Who else collects this kind of stuff? Like, you know what I mean? Come on. But
I don't know. I'm drinking Gatorade.
I'm gonna keep you right here.
Where do you work out? At the library.
At the library, in the movie section. But yeah, I've always loved science, and I was a student at the American Museum of Natural History for a long time, kind of like trying to work my way up to, you know, doing science-based stuff. But in high school, I kind of moved into filmmaking as a other way for my life, I guess, without ignoring science as my other goal as well.
Right.
But I think the sci-fi elements of Godzilla must have had a huge impact on how I kind of saw science and my interest in science. And, you know, loving dinosaurs, I researched paleontology a lot, and that kind of like sprung me into like a whole, you know, different part of my life where I was researching a lot about science and biology, and that was a huge passion of mine. And I still read a lot of articles on the, you know, any science magazine that I can find online, just to update myself as much as I can. But
nice.
It also, it also influenced, I think, my filmmaking career, because I think inadvertently through Godzilla, it opened the doors for so many other things. And my mom and dad were like film maniacs. Like, they are crazy about film, and they have a giant suitcase of like VHS tapes of like Seven Samurai, The Godfather, Die Hard, like Annie Hall. And
oh, sick.
Yeah, so I grew up like watching all those movies as a kid, and that must have impacted me in some way. So I've always loved film, but I think my love of Godzilla did kind of like take it to another level where I was always excited about the specific franchise and the specific character, and I would kind of like analyze what the character means and what each movie means, and I think that's kind of what led to my filmmaking career now, sort of, in a way. Yeah, it took on like a lot of different avenues, I think. And,
Right.
Yeah, and without Godzilla, I would have never been a PA probably at
Very
age
true.
20. So I think somebody, I don't know who said this, but I think somebody said, like, if you love something so much, it'll guide you in life. And I feel that about Godzilla. I feel like Godzilla as a franchise and a film series has kind of like saved me so many times in the past, kind of like guiding me through my life, and then like here I am now, I guess.
Right. Like, and I feel like, you know, part of that has to do with how, like, at first it may not be so universal, but tokusatsu is a very universal like media in general. You have shows like Ultraman, which I love your shirt, by the way, the Balton shirt. You have shows like Ultraman that pretty much teaches life lessons that could really like benefit you in the long run. You know, it's a great children's media too.
Yeah.
And you have Godzilla movies, you know, which, you know, a good handful of them do act as cautionary tales of the dangers of scientific advancement in military technology, which was what the first movie was all about.
Yeah. And I think as a kid, you don't grasp it, but the beauty of it is as you grow up, you like see more and more things in it, like as an adult.
Oh, yeah.
So the movies have a great rewatch value to them, where, you know, as a kid, I would watch them and just be like, monsters, you know, like awesome. They're like beating each other up and like throwing rocks at each other. Awesome. This is what I want. And then as an adult, you're like, oh, social commentary. That's really interesting. So
yeah.
it's one of the few franchises, I think, where, you know, kids can really enjoy in their own way, but then as they grow up, they might, you know, revisit a certain film and go, oh wow, like there's an actual deeper meaning behind this certain film. And I think that's kind of what helped me through my filmmaking career, was that these movies aren't just like disposable kind of like B movie monster movies. Like as much as I love those movies also, like I think Godzilla, you were able to take away so much from it with multiple viewings and such, and also growing up, like your perspective on the movie changes as you grow.
Oh yeah.
So that's been like a huge part of my life, and kind of like how I view kind of like filmmaking and how I perceive kind of like multiple viewing, and it's helped me a lot through the years.
Oh yeah, and plus the Godzilla series is so diverse that there's pretty much something for everyone in there.
There's like a subgenre in each film, like it's crazy.
Yeah, like my roommate from last year. Shout out to Ethan if you're watching this. He's not like into tokusatsu as much as I am, but recently he did watch the first Godzilla and Shin Godzilla and loved them both.
Yeah.
I did show him Final Wars and King Kong versus Godzilla, and he hated them.
How could you hate Final Wars?
He did say that he loved Don Fry. I mean, who doesn't?
Oh, that's a no-brainer. Like,
yeah,
even people who don't like Final Wars love Don Fry. So yeah.
Listen, kid, there are two things you don't know about the Earth. One is me, and the other's Godzilla.
And then the roar and like the lightning. It's fucking. I love that movie for like, I think the reasons that it's not intended to, but I love that movie.
Yeah, and I think like every stream up to this point, I've had to do a Don Fry impression.
Oh, of course, it's needed. It's necessary.
Yeah, I think it's become like a staple in this podcast now. I guess this is a good segue to my next question. And what are some of your favorite Godzilla movies?
I think my list is pretty generic. Obviously, the first one, it can't be beat. I think
you always got to have the first.
Yeah, and I feel like I hate almost like whenever people ask me the top 5 movies, I hate almost putting the first one in because it's like, duh.
It's such a given.
Yeah, it's such a
like,
given. I don't want to say it. And like, I feel like if I put the first one on my top 5, it takes away one movie off the 5, if that makes sense.
It's like you actually want to think about this.
Yeah, exactly. So like the first one, of course, without a doubt, it's a huge achievement in cinema. So even as a film, it's like one of the best films ever made.
Oh yeah.
The ones I like definitely are Shin Godzilla, Mothra versus Godzilla, GMK, Destroya. Destroya, I have a very special connection to, since that one that came out the year I was born. So, and that one was the one that I kind of grew up with the most because that was the most recent movie when I was a kid. Prior to Godzilla 2000 and G98. So Destroya has a very kind of like strong connection to me, and I've always loved that movie for its connection to the first movie also. So I adore that movie because it has a very special place in my heart.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, I love that movie so much.
Yeah, I mean personally, I'm not so big on it, but I mean that's
how dare you? No,
that is, I mean that's honestly just awesome, man.
Yeah, I think I have an affinity to that movie since, like, I think when I was getting into this guy, all the merchandise at that time was Godzilla versus Destroy. It was everywhere.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a huge like moment like for the series.
Yeah,
this was like it was Godzilla's send off. Like
yeah, and it was like on posters everywhere in Japan when I was a kid. So and I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it very young, and I remember crying because Godzilla dies in the end. And
man,
that's always emotional for any fan. Like just seeing his last moments, like it's heartbreaking. But yeah, that film especially, I have a strong connection to. What other ones? Man, it's hard to pick just a few because they're all great in different ways. So I'm having a hard time. Ghidorah, obviously, because that's the first one I've ever seen.
Right.
Obviously, that one I have a very strong connection to, of course. Man,
you mentioned GMK earlier, and I think before Shin Godzilla, that was really like the last Godzilla movie to really touch upon something that's like, that's pretty heavy and actually kind of relevant to these days.
Yeah, that came in and kind of like really blew everyone away, and I don't know what people were expecting. Even myself, I didn't expect that.
Right.
from a movie called Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was going to be like, it's going to be like a Heisei, like versus of like the 3, but no, it was like a very like deep, allegorical, thematic movie, and
it truly was.
And shout out to Kaneko, who is a great director, obviously with the Gamera trilogy. He really did something awesome with that movie, and that movie too. I actually saw that in theaters in Japan. That's one of the few ones. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know what I was doing, but I was in Japan to see my family in 2001, and I remember seeing it in theaters, but I don't really remember a lot about it. But I remember, for some odd reason, I remember the scene where Baragon gets whacked by Godzilla's tail and like, flies into the helicopter. For some reason, that image kind of like stuck out to me. Like as a kid, I was like, "What is going on?" But I was like 6 at the time, so I don't remember a lot about it. But I remember there was a lot of Hamtaro tie-in kind of like toys.
That was also a big like marketing thing for the later Millennium Godzilla films.
Yeah, and there was like a Hamtaro short film in the beginning of the movie, and I was like, as a kid, I didn't get why it was there, and I was like, just Godzilla, come on. I don't need this like hamster thing. I just want the big lizard. Bring it. But I think as a kid I enjoyed it, but I didn't understand it, I guess.
Right.
But now as an adult, I love that movie. It's great.
Oh, yeah. It's easily like one of the best entries in the series.
Yeah, I always bring it up like and also I think that's a good movie to show like newcomers also.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of like the tone, it is very close to the original film. It does touch upon not exactly the same but similar subjects.
Exactly, and it doesn't use a lot of the lore. The only lore it uses is like, back in '54, Godzilla was Godzilla arrived, but they introduce Mothra, King Ghidorah, Baragon through the movie, so a lot of people who don't know anything about it can kind of go like, oh, okay, that's Mothra and King Ghidorah and Baragon, like I get it. And I've shown my friends that movie, and like they like got it. So I think that's a pretty good film to show newcomers. But yeah, I adore that movie so much. It's so good.
Oh yeah, it truly is. So and you were talking about earlier how Godzilla was like one of your biggest inspirations for when it comes to filmmaking, as well as like watching all these other movies. What were some other stuff that inspired you as a filmmaker?
Like I mentioned before, my parents showed me a lot of classic movies as a kid, and our family went to the theaters a lot. Like we saw a lot of movies, and some movies I probably shouldn't have seen at a young age, but they trusted me to not be a maniac.
I was the same with my family.
Yeah, exactly. So like I was the only kid in my elementary school that saw The Matrix at like age 5.
Wow.
So yeah. And I watched a lot of like Woody Allen movies back when I was a kid, and those are like very explicit with their content. So and like I watched a lot of like, Die Hard and stuff, that's pretty violent.
Yeah.
So a lot of classic movies. I grew up watching a lot of classics, and some new as well. So film has always been a huge part of me, but for some reason I think it didn't click with me that I wanted to do this until I was in my teens. I've always been like a film lover, but I didn't consider myself ever to be a filmmaker, even though I did like a few skits when I was like 12. I did it as a light hobby, and I didn't ever think it was going to be my career path. Until we talked about this, David. Until I saw a small movie, a very tiny movie that nobody probably ever seen, and he didn't definitely go on to direction Godzilla. I watched the end of Evangelion when I was 14, and that kind of like blew the door away. And once I saw it, I was like, oh, yeah, this is why I want to do this. Like, and this is why.
It's like a very majestic painting in the form of a film.
Yeah, and I think up until that point, like, of course, I've seen like a lot of like weird movies, like like A Space Odyssey and such, but that movie in particular really struck a chord with me, and it's the kind of feeling that you can't really describe into words, but it just kind of took a hold of me, and ever since then, like I really didn't turn back. And then a year later, I saw Inception, and that too, like just I was so enamored by it. And fun fact, that is that movie I saw the most times in theaters. I saw it 32 times.
32 times?
32 times. I saw it 32 times in the theater because I was so obsessed with it. What I do, AMC, I love you, so don't ban me for life. I would movie hop the movie for like an entire day. I'd see it like 4 times in a day. I'd like just go to different screenings of it and like just see it, like analyze it as much as I could.
Wow.
And I counted. I saw it 32 times. And
that definitely beats my record of seeing the first Transformers movie in theaters, which was 7.
well, that movie you have to see a million times. Come
Yeah.
on. It's Transformers. You gotta.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think End of Ava and Inception really kind of pushed me forward. And I think without those films, I might have not been where I am now. I might have gone a different path. But seeing those 2 films really made a difference and kind of proved to me that cinema was my thing, and I wanted to tell stories, and I wanted to be kind of like on their level. I hope to be on their level, and I wanted to be as unique as they were and tell kind of these unique stories. And I think that's where it kind of like came to be. And ever since then, like I saw films differently. I went back and saw the other movies that I've seen and like reanalyze them now. So I think my view went from, appreciating film to now appreciating and analyzing now. So
Right.
I guess that's my early filmmaking journey of like my inspirations, and the directors who I love, obviously, it's like Spielberg, Lucas, Coppola, Kurosawa, Scorsese, all those guys.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you about that, because I mean, from the way you're talking, you have a huge appreciation for Hideaki Anno, Christopher Nolan, and you mentioned 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is a very influential film. So I mean, Stanley Kubrick's definitely in the mix. And I was actually gonna ask you what were some of your favorite directors and movies on top of that too.
Yeah, those guys I listed definitely. The big boys. Who, if you don't mention, like, you're crazy. I think you have to. It's the same thing with the first Godzilla. I hate saying like Spielberg, Scorsese, Coppola, Kubrick, Kurosawa, because like, duh, these guys are unmatched geniuses, legends. So I'm not gonna say those guys, even though I just said them, because I want to spotlight, I guess, other people. I obviously Nolan and Anno were huge inspirations to me. The recent filmmakers who I've been, really looking into, Fincher, definitely David Fincher. He's one of my favorites. Awesome. I love that he's insane. He's a lunatic, and I love him for being a lunatic. He will do like a million takes for one scene, and I'm like, why? But it's amazing that you're that crazy about detail. I wish I was at that level. He's a genius. I love him. He's a madman. Del Toro, obviously, that guy.
I mean, you gotta have Del Toro.
You gotta have Del Toro, and a fellow kaiju lover, so I can't not have him on a list.
And I'm pretty sure Baltan is his favorite kaiju.
Yeah. I think
kaiju in the Ultra series.
Represent. Who else? Obviously Zack Snyder, who I post a lot about on social media. Snyder Cut's coming out.
I'm super looking forward to that.
I'm super looking forward to that. There's a lot of people nowadays that I'm really looking into. Like, they call them the Three Caballeros of Mexican filmmaking. Del Toro, who I mentioned, Alfonso Cuarón, and Alejandro G. Iñárritu. Those guys are, I love them to death. Those guys are great. Wes Anderson, love the man for his like symmetrical box like filmmaking. Lateral movements only. It's only lateral movements and fast paced dialogue and like eccentric colors. I love the man. He's such a weirdo, and I love it. There's a lot of people who I really admire, and if I want to go back to some classics, Ridley Scott, obviously. Dude is,
I mean, Alien,
Blade
Runner
in my head. Yeah. But who are some obscure? Someone who, oddly enough, somebody who inspired a lot of my filmmaking techniques because of our low budget. Paul Greengrass, because he shoots with handheld cameras a lot, and what I like about his style is it's shaky, but it's at like the line where if it goes more shaky, it's annoying. But when he does it, it's like stylistic and it works because it's shaky, but it's not like distorting or blurring the image. It's just kind of like movements to kind of like keep the audience kind of engaged, but it's not ruining the moment, I guess.
Right.
So his style has influenced me a lot, and how I use handheld cameras, because obviously, I have no Steadicam, no dolly, so I have to work with what I have, and a lot of it is handheld. And for last session, there are a lot of handheld shots because there are scenes of characters walking, and I had to handheld it. And those moments, I did think about Greengrass a lot, like how would Greengrass shoot a handheld walking sequence? So he's been a huge influence. I'm going to say a writer, but he's a director now. Aaron Sorkin. That dude's crazy. I love his dialogue. He is probably one of the best script writers in Hollywood right now. He's just amazing. Tarantino.
Of course.
Of course. I love Tarantino. He's so I love him so much. Love him.
Favorite Tarantino movie?
I hate saying Pulp Fiction because it's obviously Pulp Fiction, but I don't want to. Okay, not saying Pulp Fiction, hands down, Inglourious Bastards. That's
okay.
That's my favorite. That to me is on par with Pulp Fiction. I love Inglourious Bastards. I love the script for it. It's such a good movie, and I love the fact that we had an American movie in the past 20 years that was 2/3 German and French. I just love that. Like, he just went, screw the audience. We're going to have his subtitles. Screw them. Like, we're going to have real German actors and real French actors, and they're just going to have them talk in their native languages. That's awesome. I love that. That's great.
I mean, that's very commendable.
What's yours?
Personally, I'm more of a Reservoir Dogs kind of person. I really like how contained it is. I mean, characters are all very memorable.
I'm so jealous that's his first fucking movie. How?
Yeah.
Like, that's your first, out of the gate, he's already a genius. Like, holy shit. And like the first scene at the diner table, it's brilliant writing.
Yeah, it's genius.
It's so good. I see Scry said I really like Django. I also love Django. Django's a great movie.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Django in its entirety. I'm definitely gonna have to rewatch it sometime.
Yeah, and I think just a quick tangent. I also really like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think that's a really kind of like slower paced film that's not as flashy as his other works, but it's so kind of like mature and kind of like restraint, and it's interesting, and I kind of like just watch it over and over again. Like ever since it came out, I kind of like breeze through it. Like it feels like a waft of like fresh air. Every time I see it.
I mean, that's one I still need to watch. Funny enough, my roommate from last year, him and I were going to see it together, before we met up in our dorm, like here at college, but my car broke down, so we couldn't really see it together.
Damn, that's a great one. Yeah, that's a great one.
In fact, here he is right now.
Like I've already been thinking. I love it. Yeah, Reservoir Dogs is great. We can sit here talking about Tarantino all day. I love the man and his movies, and again, like all these people who I mentioned, like I can go on and on and on about their works. You and I have talked about Zack Snyder and Sam Raimi a lot in our DMs.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi also. He's another guy. Yeah. Very inspirational too. So yeah, I what can I say? I love movies, and I think it's such I feel like it's my way of, I guess, expressing myself through visual images and dialogue, I guess. So I just love it, and I can't imagine doing anything else besides like doing anything film related. I just adore it.
Oh yeah, I mean, much like painting and writing
Exactly.
novels, like again, it's a very universal medium. Like anyone can connect to it, like in any
Exactly.
way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And it can be used in so many interesting ways.
Yeah.
And I guess this is a good segue into the next topic, and basically, well, I mean, what is it like being like an independent filmmaker for so long?
Stressful. Very stressful, but I kid. It's wonderful because I don't do it alone. I have a great team that I can't commend enough, and without them, I don't know if I'd be here today, because film is such a collaborative effort, and there's no way I can do it all by myself. And those guys have always been there with me, and they've always given me some great criticisms over the years, and we all work together to make the best thing possible. And being an independent filmmaker in New York City is hard because it's New York City.
Yeah. I mean, you were just telling me off air that that you had to deal with a lot of noise while filming the last session, which I mean we'll talk about eventually.
Yeah, any film I do, it's a nightmare of like logistical planning, because of the fact that if I point a camera in the wrong direction, a cop will show up. So it's like okay, sure, we'll go somewhere else, and then it's constant like rewriting of scripts and like changing locations to match like production needs, and it's a whole lot of stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't want to do anything else. So
Oh yeah, like I don't mean to cut you off for a moment, but I'm actually a PA for an independent film that's being shot here in Lake Saxoma, and we just had this huge like snowstorm that pretty much lasted about a week, and that had to put like production like to a halt. We had to delay shooting a decent amount.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, it's always stressful, man. And I think for me as the director, I think I get the eyes looking at me, like, I have to call the shots.
yeah.
So, I have to make some decisions that like I'm not going to like, but it's for the better of the film and the crew and the resources that we have. So, a lot of our films are no budget. We just kind of have. Is it here? Yeah. This guy right here. For the most part, it's shot on this camera. It's a Canon 70D. Last session was shot on a different camera, a 4K camera, but this camera is the one that I use for my YouTube videos mostly. For example, A Woman's World was shot on this camera. So was The Boxman.
Nice.
So we don't have a lot of equipment at our disposal because it's expensive. But
right.
Yeah, so we have to try to find creative ways, kind of like go around it, and write scripts that we can do with the minimal resources that we have. So, for example, like A Woman's World, we didn't have to pay for anything basically, besides like maybe a few props and like a few like bags of chips for like the crew. The office space that was in that film was the office space at the American Museum of Natural History, where I was working at. The apartments were like our friends' apartments, and they did it as a favor, and I paid them in like food. And the rest was shot outdoors, no permits. So something like that, like it's no budget filmmaking at its finest, like just us kind of trying to go for an idea and trying to shoot it the best we can. It's not anywhere near easy. It's so difficult, and even Woman's World, I ran into so many problems with audio and and continuity because we're shooting in different days and in different locations. It was a nightmare to shoot, but we just have to power through it and hope that we will one day not have to deal with this kind of stuff anymore.
I mean, and filmmaking in general has especially been a lot harder these days due to COVID and whatnot. Also, I was actually going to shoot something with some friends of mine who I met back in high school back in December, but in December, COVID cases spiked up in Texas, so we had to hold off on that, and we're all back in school now, so it's delayed our shooting even more because of that.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's always difficult to shoot, and then on top of that, COVID. So it's just been kind of like a massive kind of like train wreck for our production. But in the past, a lot of our films are heavily planned because of the lack of resources. We have to kind of like go through everything and make sure like these things are okay, and I think low budget filmmaking has really taught me how to compromise. It's a lot of compromises and a lot of things that I have to nix in my head and kind of like not have my head up my ass and kind of not be kind of like stubborn and be flexible with the situation and with the circumstances that we have. And I think that's kind of like the biggest takeaway from my early days now with I guess I can take Boxman for example. For Boxman, there's this alleyway in Chinatown that we've been shooting in for years now, and it looks great. It's this like gritty looking alleyway that hasn't changed from like the 80s. Like there's graffiti everywhere, but I was going to shoot the Boxman there because I knew it was an alleyway and it's empty. I go there, and there's like a new restaurant that was made there and like an art gallery there, and I was like, wow, why now? And I have my friend Nadim in the box, and you just hear people and like Ubers going through the alley trying to like drop people off at the restaurant, and then at the art gallery people in droves would leave the art gallery to smoke, and I'm like, what? Oh my god, there's so many. But I just have to like clench my fist and just go, keep going, just keep going. Can't do anything about it. Just keep going. So it's always shit like that that I can't control, but you just have to kind of like go through with it.
Yeah, I actually had an experience like that not too long ago because apparently today is bid day, and there's like this huge gathering outside of my residence hall, like making all this noise. I'm just like, please just shut up by the time I go live.
Yeah, it's like, please. And it's just like the waiting of like, oh, please, just work out for me, please.
Go, please.
Go. Yeah, it's a lot of ups and downs, but the fact that I'm still going, I guess, shows me that I love it and I can't stop myself.
And that's truly amazing.
Yeah, thank you. But I do tell everyone, like, I'm basically a masochist. Like, I ask for this stress. Like, I ask for the pain. And I'm like, keep on giving it to me. Just keep on making me stressed. And like,
I eat pain for breakfast.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, fuck. It's an experience that if I tell someone, and you know this feeling, but I feel like if you and I tell someone, they can say like, "Oh, I get it," but like you don't get the stress, like the heartbreak of like something like a tiny thing of not going right. It's like your girlfriend breaks up with you. It's like it's huge, and it's a nightmare. But I guess it shows you love it if, even though you go through all of these like trials and errors, and you go through like, you go through all these rounds of pain and stress and like somewhat regret, you're still like, all right, next shoot day, let's do it. Let's schedule it. Let's get it done. Let's get the shot done. Get the call sheet. Let's do it. but yeah, it's been fun. I think recently I've enjoyed making the one-shot punches the most because of the lack of.
Those are incredible.
Thank you. Those I love doing because the planning of it is not as extensive because there's no like dialogue and
not just planning, but like the timing of the shoot too. I mean, that's a huge part of it, I would imagine.
It's a huge part of it. But it's a lot easier on my end to handle because of the fact that, like, you know, a lot of our other films, like, we have to shoot on multiple days to kind of, like, you know, make a cohesive story. But the one-shot punches, it's just the one shot. So I only have to shoot for one day and rehearse a couple days. So it's easier to kind of, like, handle that idea of, like, just rehearse here at this location that we set with these actors, and then on the shoot day, shoot. It's a lot easier than, like, for example, the Boxman, where we had to keep going back to that alley and do different scenes in different costumes and different lighting each time. So the one-shot punches I really enjoy doing now, although they're on a technical side a lot more difficult and a lot more like hair pulling, but those I have a blast with, and those guys have a blast with, even though they get hurt so many times. The last one especially, my friend Shaq got hurt and we were really worried, but everything was cool. But they get really beat up making those one-shot punch episodes, and we're already we have ideas for the next one, so we're working on it.
Alrighty, and now you're talking about like your indie projects. How did Resistance Pictures come to be, essentially?
So I had another channel called Poseidon Pictures, and that was a joint channel with myself and my two middle school friends, and we still make movies together. One of them is actually the co-lead in Last Session. So that production crew, I guess, was made in middle school, and we kind of like done stuff through middle school into high school, and those were mostly kind of like just for fun. It wasn't anything serious, but it was kind of like a lighthearted way of getting into filmmaking and kind of just having a blast. But as I was getting out of high school, I wanted to make my own separate things. I can have kind of like creative freedom to do like the weird stuff and experiment with different techniques and such. So I created Resistance Pictures in 2013 after I graduated from high school. And it began as just, you know, doing these experimental short films that I shot over the course of a few months. And then we worked on more projects, and the same crew for Poseidon kind of like bled into Resistance. Like, it's the same squad, basically. And we added some more people and some more cast members. And we just kind of like kept going at it. And it was a lot about refining technique and refining our eye and doing better with scripts and acting and camera work, lighting, sound, visual effects, etc. So it kind of came from a place where I wanted to just do whatever I wanted and without any restrictions from anyone. And now we're kind of trying to make Resistance kind of be more professional and experiment even further. Like the one-shot punches was a big gamble for us. We didn't know what we were going to do with it, but we thought it would be interesting to kind of like showcase different things. And I want the channel now to act somewhat as my portfolio, to show I can do different genres, different styles, and different techniques, and also showcase like young, talented filmmakers and in New York City and what we can do with no budget, basically. And now we have a feature with a budget, so yeah, that's kind of like part of the next evolution of it. But the stuff on YouTube is mostly like no budget, max maybe like $50-$60 max, probably, depending on certain films. But yeah, it's been a long journey.
Nice. Which by the way, if you ever plan on doing another Ghost in the Shell type of project, I'm going to do some voice work.
That was fun. That was really fun, really stressful, because like no budget. I have to kind of recreate that world in New York City. So it was like, fuck, how do we do that? But I think we made that in 2017. So I must have been
it was before the live action version came out.
So I was 22. So I'm actually pretty proud of that one for a project made at age 22 and with the low budget that we had. Turned out pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so.
Yeah, there were some things I definitely would have done differently if the weather was better, because it was freezing. I had to cut a whole. Fun fact: I had to cut a whole action sequence because it was so cold and we couldn't film anymore. And that final climactic fight scene was supposed to be extended in the script. It was like longer. It was a longer fight scene with like more. The dialogue was spaced out during the fight, but I had to kind of like cram it into like a shorter sequence because it was so cold, because we were shooting by the river and it was like 30 degrees and we were dying, and like
it's even worse.
Yeah, after we wrapped the shoot, my hand was frozen in this position because I was holding the camera and I couldn't move my fingers from this.
Oh no.
And it was such a terrible experience, but it ended up being a pretty good entry for a 22-year-old. So pain is rewarded, I guess.
Yeah, drinking a glass of oil and a sandwich full of nails.
Yeah, it's so much pain.
Yeah. I mean, you've talked a decent amount of Resistance Pictures. I guess one final topic before we open it up for open floor Q&A is talk about the last session.
Yeah.
You mentioned you do have a rough cut ready, and you had this idea for a good while, and I'm wondering how that concept essentially came to be, and what was it like shooting the entire thing?
Yeah. So I pitched the idea to my two friends who are the two leads in the film, Michael and Nadim. I told them the idea like October or September of 2019. I told them the idea, and they were like, "Holy shit, that's a good idea." Michael, who is a great screenwriter, I can't commend him enough. He's so good at writing, and way better than me. I piggybacked on his work, and he helped me refine the script so much, and the movie wouldn't be as good without his input. But
I don't mean to cut you off real quick.
No.
I just want to give a huge shout out to Scribe Productions, who actually did the music for A Strain of Fear, which is your last project that you did.
And he's also scoring Last Session. So yeah, so
already.
So
that's great.
Adam, you'll get some more details on the production. Basically, after that, after I pitched the idea, we started the writing process, and it took a bit. We went through different drafts of the script, and we had like a mini writer's room, sort of, where it was me, Michael, and we'd meet every week at a Starbucks downtown, and we'd kind of like just go through the script, because we had an outline of the story, and we go through kind of like beat for beat how it was going to go down. And then after we got like a few pages in, and we'd keep going, and we keep editing, and then we had a first draft of it done, and then we set up a little room in my apartment for my small crew, and we did like a little writing session, and we'd read the script in front of everyone, and they'd all give me notes, and then me and Michael would edit based on those notes, and we'd just keep going and going and going. And then March 1st, I think, was our first table read for the first version of the script. And we were like, okay, we're going to shoot in late April, and we're going to do it.
And then
the world went to shit. COVID happened, and a whole lot of shit happened. And honestly, I I think, and COVID has, taken the world to a horrible place, and a lot of people have, suffered through this experience. So I don't want to make light of the situation, but I think the film wouldn't be as strong without the pandemic, because me and Michael had the time to then sit down on it and
then develop it further.
exactly. And we were privileged enough to be the place where we were safe, and we were healthy, and not in a position where we had to face these problems. So I was very grateful to have this experience where I think the pandemic gave us a lot of perspective on life, and kind of showed us that life was a lot more fragile than we kind of like took for granted. And I think we kind of implemented that into the script. And a lot of things happened. I went through a breakup during COVID, and that kind of weaved its way into Last Session a little bit, and also a strain of fear as well. So a lot of
it happens.
Yeah. So a lot of personal things that I went through, that stuff like the breakup, and like thinking about life, and pondering it and reflecting on myself, helped the screenplay become more personal and become more human, I think, as opposed to the other version where we didn't kind of fully grasp the idea as well as we could have. But with the pandemic, we were able to kind of like sit down and do this. And because I was working from home, as well as Michael, we would almost Skype. Like we'd Skype almost every day and talk about
Skype in 2020.
Oh my God, Skype!
That dinosaur?
Yeah, I know. I'm an old man. But yeah, we talked about the script a lot. And it was a lot of discussion about the characters and the dynamic between the two of them. And a lot of it was rewritten in the months that we prepped for filming, because none of us knew when we were going to end up shooting. So me and Michael instead we just kept writing and scrapping things and going over things. And then at some point we made the announcement that we were going to shoot in August. And then we go to shoot, and then we had some production problems in August, so we had to pause again. And then me and Michael paused for 2 weeks and rewrote the whole script from page 1 to add a different element to it, which I can't spoil, but it really kind of changed the idea for the film, but also added some new elements to it, which I think makes it more unique. And then we, in the first week of September, started principal photography in the woods. It was grueling because it was an hour and a half drive up there, so we have to wake up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then we get
when no one's going to be there.
No one's going to be there.
It's all about the timing.
Yep. And yet people were there. So so it's like, what, this. It's like whatever we do, something screws us in the end. So
it's basically me. Whenever I go to the gym, I want to be there as early as possible. I want it to myself so I can have all the equipment.
And you're like, yes, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and it's never fun when there's so many people there.
No, it's now especially. So it's
it's like, hey, is anyone using that bench? Is anyone using that trap bar?
Who touched this one?
Yeah,
did you touch this? All right.
Yeah.
So we shot on the weekends. We shot Saturday and Sunday every week. So on top of working 5 days a week, my crew was passionate enough to sacrifice their weekends for me. So I'm eternally grateful for their help on this film.
That's great.
Yeah, the passion these guys have, man. I would not be here without them because I can write a script or Michael can write a script, but if no one else shows up, then we can't make a film. But these guys really came through for us, and we worked really hard, really hard. And there were so many things that we had to overcome that were like budgetary things, things we couldn't like control. Sunlight was a huge problem because it was outdoor shooting. Sound was an issue because for some reason there is an airplane field that was near the woods for some odd reason. So every 10 minutes you hear a screeching jet. And they're supposed to be isolated in the woods. So every time a plane would go by, we have to go like, hold for plane. Okay, wait a second. And then we'd wait and then go, all right, back to once. Let's do it again. So it was so stressful, and I was like pulling my hair out, and I was like gaining weight and like losing my hair, and it really felt like Apocalypse Now, like making that movie. And yeah, Michael actually turned to me.
I just saw that for the first time last month.
Michael actually turned to me and he was like, "Yoko, this is your Apocalypse Now." I'm like, yeah. Everything is going wrong and like nothing is right. I have to like solve everything. There were so many production issues that I had to like pole vault over.
Love the sound. Love the sound of planes taking off in the morning.
Yeah, don't you love that? It sounds like victory. So yeah, the filming part was so painful, but at the same time, as with any film, so rewarding. But I'm not gonna lie, it was really like it was rough. It was the roughest experience because like Shin Godzilla was rough physically, not emotionally. This was rough physically and emotionally and mentally, and I was drained by the end of it. But long story short, we shot in the woods for I think 4 or 5 weeks on the weekends, and then we stopped filming to take a little break for everyone. And then in November, I believe, we resumed production, and we started doing the indoor scenes, the flashback scenes during that time. And then we ended on the first weekend of December. So we were able to wrap everything, and thankfully there was no need for reshoots. So I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, because I can't do that again.
Because with a bigger production like Shin Godzilla, there's tighter scheduling, licenses to film in areas. It's like everyone knows they're shooting a movie, but in your case, nobody knows you're shooting the movie.
and technically, we're not allowed to shoot the movie, so it's like I can't tell people to be like, hey, could you like get out of our shot? Like I can't say that because like I have no permit. So I can only like politely say like, hey, we're filming. Could you please like have your picnic over there, not in this wide shot, so I can't see you. And in some cases, people didn't move. So
they always got to make things difficult.
Yeah, there's actually a great shot where in the background of this like medium to wide shot, the background is out of focus, but you can see like a blurry figure of a dog moving in the background of the shot. Thankfully, my visual effects editor is able to like take the dogs out, but that was a compromise I had to make where it was like, okay, I can't move them. We're just gonna have to do it. Fuck it. And I hate saying it. We'll fix it in post. And we'll do something about it. But like, it was a lot of that. It was me like clenching my fists and like gritting my teeth and just going, "We'll do it. Just go." And yeah, we finished it, and I was surprised when I finished the rough cut that it wasn't a piece of shit. Because I was expecting like dog shit. Like I was like, this is gonna be the worst. It's gonna be like worse in the room. it's gonna be like unwatchable. And even watching the rough cut the first time, I was like, I felt like physically ill. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, because you're essentially reliving the pain you've endured while shooting the entire thing.
Yeah, and then like
it's just that it's been recorded, and
yeah, and like as the director, I also see all the flaws that other people won't see. So it feels more like gross, I guess. And and there's a great quote that Scorsese said. I'm paraphrasing, but he said like something like, if you don't feel like you want to vomit after watching your first cut of your movie, something is wrong. And I was like, Marty, oh man, I had like indigestion as I was watching it. I was like, it's coming up. Oh god, it's coming up. Oh god, I can't watch this anymore. It's like I had to watch it in like parts. Like I had to like pause and go like, just give me like 10 minutes. And I'd be like, all right, I'll click play. Oh god, and then I'll click play, and then I'll watch like 30. I'm like, all right, just give me 2 more minutes. It was rough. It was really, really rough. But
I mean that's why it's called a rough cut.
Yeah, it's called a rough cut. It was a rough... I didn't think about that. That's entirely true. That's probably why they called it that, because it's rough to sit through.
Yeah.
But after subsequent viewings, the indigestion kind of like stopped, and I was able to kind of like watch it more objectively. And I think I have something, but like with any rough cut, it's hard to tell what it's going to look like, because without spoiling anything, there's a lot of stuff in it that can't be done practically.
Oh.
So there's some visual effects elements that have to go into the film without spoiling anything. And, you know, it's hard to kind of see the full picture of it rough. And, you know, as any filmmaker goes through, you know, you hope that, you know, it's going to turn out good in the final cut. So, you know, as me being me, I'll always have kind of like mixed opinions on it. And even if, you know, people like it, I'm always going to be the one who's like, you know, it could be better. And I feel like that's any person behind a camera, you know, even though people like it, they'll go like, I don't like it. So I'm like going through that process where I'm like, you know, I'm trying to remain as objective as possible without kind of like overwhelming myself with my own personal expectations. And I think I had to train myself to kind of like not think about what the movie could have been, because I always had the thought of like, as I was watching the rough cut, I just kept thinking like, if only I had a dolly, if only I had a Steadicam, or like, you know, like a better lens to do more like cooler angles or cooler shots. But if I think about that, I'm kind of blinding myself with what could have been with equipment I can't get with the money that I have right now.
Right.
So I'm trying as hard as I can to not like look at those flaws as much as humanly possible, to kind of like give, for the better of the film, be as critical of the film as possible to kind of make the best cut of it as humanly possible. And I shared the rough cut to my friend Michael and my VFX artist Darren, and they gave me notes as well. So I had a new version of the rough cut that I made, and it's a little shorter. Right now the runtime is about an hour 40.
Oh.
With no credits. So it's longer than I expected, to be honest, because the script was like 70 something pages and it ended up being 100-ish minute movie. So I was like, wow, okay.
I actually wanted to ask about that. Like, was this always meant to be a feature-length film, or was it going to be a short film originally, because that's what you normally do?
This was always going to be a feature. I really want, I had a goal for myself that by 25 I would make a feature film, and last year I turned 25, and I was like, I have to do something. So when I was 24, when I came up with a pitch for it, I knew from the get-go, like, this is going to be a feature film. If not a feature film, a short film to fund the feature film. But it was eventually going to end up being a feature. But I didn't anticipate it to be as long as it is. I thought it was going to be like 90 max. But it ended up being like 100 minutes without credits. I was surprised by the length of the film. But it was always going to be a feature, and I think that was the hardest part for me and Michael, was to write this kind of. It felt larger than life for us, because all of our scripts were like 30, 40 pages max. So doing like a 70-page kind of like mammoth was kind of difficult for us, and to make sure all of the arcs kind of like come full circle.
Right, because you also had like basically COVID gave you an extended period of time to really like develop the story.
Yeah, and that was it was hard. It was really, really hard, because in a short film, it's easier to resolve the story's conflict, because the conflict is usually introduced within the first like 2-3 minutes, because it's a short film,
right?
And then it's resolved in about like 15 to 20 or 30 minutes. So it's a more contained script, so you don't have to keep like going back and forth from page 1 to page 30, because the goal, I guess, because it's not like a long goal. It's more of a short term goal, so it's easier to kind of like hit that mark. But for a feature film, I had to bring back shit from like page 5 to page 70, and like that was rough. And me and Michael like doodled like it would look like a lunatic's writing to anyone else, but we draw like conspiracy maps of like the story with like the red lines. We'd be like, all right, so this will lead into this part, and this will bring all the way back from the beginning. So it was
that part,
yeah. So that part was like, that was the hardest part because of writing a feature, and it was such a huge endeavor, and we had to make sure on set, like, all right, this thing is going to come back from this thing, so we have to make sure that this thing will hit this thing. So it was just a nightmare to kind of like have all this in my head and in Michael's head. But in the end, I think it turned out better than I expected it to be, from the disastrous shoot that we had to go through. But it's hard to tell what it looks like now. I hope it's a good movie. I think any director hopes the movie is good. I hope it's good. I hope it'll come together, and I'm excited to keep working on it. And yeah, it's been a great experience, and it's been a great learning experience for me, doing a first feature film, like a real feature, and like the trials and all the mistakes that we've done, and all the things that we've learned from those mistakes, and gathering money for the budget, and even you donated to that campaign, so I thank you for that as well.
Anytime.
And to
I'm always happy to help.
Thanks, and also to like everyone else who donated, and to all the other people who were on set with us. It was just a huge kind of like a gargantuan effort on all of our parts, and I hope it turns out well. It's hard for me to see because I'm too close to it, but I hope it's good, and I can't wait to see more of it. And it's going to be a huge kind of like process. But I'll have something ready hopefully by the summer. I'm crossing fingers.
I was actually going to ask about that.
Yeah, I don't really have a personal deadline for it, but I told my visual effects artist, like, listen, I don't have a deadline for it. I just want it to be good, but at the same time, festivals start opening up in the summer, so I would like it to be ready by the summer, hopefully, without rushing him. And if it takes longer than the summer, so be it. Like, I will sacrifice, a few festivals over making a quality film. I prefer it to be as best as it could possibly be than rushing him or Adam through the creative process of VFX and the scores, and also sound and color, who my friend Ronald is going to be doing. So I don't want to rush their work at all. So when it gets done, it's done. But I'm aiming for summer. But we'll see. It's up to the gods now.
All right. So you pretty much just answered my last question there. Being like when can we expect this to kind of just be out there? I guess it's a good time to. We're at hour and 50 right now, so good time to pretty much open up the floor. Those in the chat, feel free to ask away.
Away.
Yeah.
Let's see what questions we got.
Godzilla Gamer 77 says, "I got a question. Is Godzilla vs. Megalon the best film of all time?"
I mean, is it not? Oh man, that's a good question.
SHIN Godzilla, what's that?
The first one, trash. Megalon, obviously. A Jet Jaguar just off the bat,
Let's see. Spires Prime asks, "What do you want in a SHIN Gamera film?" Or I guess a better way to ask it would be like, what would you like to see in a modern Gamera film? Like, if there were one to be made.
Yeah, I think what the Heisei film did so well was give Gamera and the world of Gamera this mythical feeling, and this magical kind of mysterious world that they created with the whole like Atlantis culture. So that's been really intriguing. So I would like to see Gamera have another mythology that's obviously different from the Heisei film, but adding that sense of mythology, I think, is very important to kind of like give a character this grander than life kind of scale. And also, I would like Gamera to be a space monster again, because he wasn't in the Heisei movies technically. So I would like to see Gamera as a space monster again.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, kind of Man of Steel meets the Iron Giant in a way type of Gamera film. I'd kind of like to see that.
Yeah, kind of like inject a little bit of the Showa and the mythology of the Heisei, and then kind of recontextualize what Gamera kind of like is. And maybe it'd be interesting if they make Gamera kind of represent something to give the character kind of like the weight of the Heisei film, and how the Heisei films were kind of like written. I think that would be very interesting.
Yeah, because the Heisei films really treated Gamera as if he were like an actual character, like
exactly.
in the movie. Like Gamera had his own arc, his own form of development as the films went on.
Yeah, and that was really impressive about it, and I love that trilogy. So anything that could kind of be potentially similar but contextually different, I think would be best, probably. So it's not like too similar.
Right. Jay from Nerdcage asks if you ever seen the Daimajin trilogy.
Oh yeah, it's honestly been a bit. I haven't seen them in a while because I think I saw them last in Japan.
Really?
A few years ago. Yeah. I rented the movies in Japan, so I like them a lot. I think the trilogy works so well as kind of one cohesive story, but also kind of being separate stories in between them.
Right.
because it's kind of like an anthology in a way.
Oh, I
sort
mean,
of.
it totally is.
Yeah. So that's always been intriguing. I love the cinematography in
Yes.
Daimajin.
I mean, there's a page on Twitter called Shots of Japanese Cinema, and which is ran by my good buddy Sean. He's been posting a bunch of Daimajin screenshots in there, and those movies are just glorious.
It has this
like they're so different from like any other tokusatsu film. Like
I'm having a hard time describing them. Like it's got this like there's
this like mythical aspect to it,
and like the color palette when Daimajin shows up is usually drastically different from the human characters,
right?
And it becomes this grimy kind of like brown green tone, and it gives the film this gritty realism to it, yet fantastical. Like it's weird to describe.
Oh yeah,
it's great. I love that trilogy. It's so underrated also.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really don't see it get talked about as much as like other equally great tokusatsu films.
Yeah.
Here's Ethan again, because I mentioned Final Wars earlier. Did you think that Godzilla Final Wars had more leather in it than The Matrix? Yes or yes?
I guess yes is the only answer.
I mean, I don't know about you. I'd say yes, but I'm kind of leaning more towards yes.
Yeah, I think it's yes, but it also could be yes.
Yeah, I mean,
not sure.
Could be yes though. Could be
yes. Could be yes. Yeah, thank you, Ethan. It's a most likely a yes.
Yeah. Paul asks if you've ever seen the movie Jacob's Ladder, which I haven't seen.
I have. Weird movie. Weird movie. Good movie. Tim Robbins is great in that one. How do I describe it? It's okay.
You don't need to. I've seen a bunch of weird stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's. I would say definitely see it. It's very psychological, and it kind of takes this very strange angle, and it's really good at capturing like despair and I don't know, like anguish. It's got this really powerful grip as you watch it, and you have this very like visceral reaction when you watch it. I'm trying not to spoil it, so you can have a good experience watching it. Yeah, so definitely check it out, but expect it it's weird. It's weird.
All right, I'm ready for the weird part.
Yeah.
Adam asks, are you going to do another feature or do a few more short films after this?
Because I am the masochist that I am, I'm already writing my next feature.
Really?
Yeah, I'm writing my next feature.
Spilling the beans already. All right.
Yeah, I mentioned this on Twitter, and Lee Wennell I gave it a like, so I was very honored by that. But it's going to be shot entirely on iPhone.
Oh.
On my iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Nice.
So I don't want to say what it's about, but it's going to be inspired by certain events in my life. It's going to be somewhat of a black comedy.
All right.
And it's going to be, from a technical standpoint, the most difficult thing I've ever done. That's all I'll say.
All right.
I'll tell you after the stream.
All right, because I think it's really awesome that you're going to shoot on like the newest iPhone because it seems like technology has progressed so much that really the only thing we can really build upon is the camera.
Yeah,
there's so many ways to improve with that. It's gone to a point where so many filmmakers are using iPhones to shoot their movies. Like they even use iPhones to shoot parts of Shin Godzilla, and Shinji Higuchi even used iPhones for Shin Ultraman that's coming out.
Yeah, I think the reason why I wanted to shoot my next film on an iPhone was because I gained more confidence in it doing the one-shot punches, because those are shot on iPhone as well.
That's right.
So I've done it a few times, and the iPhone 12 Pro Max is the first phone to shoot Dolby Vision. So that gave me the confidence. I think I wouldn't have done it if Apple didn't mention that it came with Dolby Vision. And I also, obviously, for the goal of the next feature is I want to submit it to festivals, as with last session, of course. But I do want to prove that, you know, you don't need an ARRI or a RED, or like an IMAX camera to shoot a good story. And as long as the camera quality is, is acceptable, and the sound is acceptable, and the rest of the production is, kind of on point, as long as you tell a good story, I think it's worth doing. And I want to challenge myself with the iPhone, and I think iPhone filmmaking is becoming kind of a new wave. So I'm hoping that festivals will kind of open up to the idea of iPhone filmmaking, and hopefully it'll open some new doors.
All right. I really like this question from Shay Smithers. Where will you and Anya Taylor-Joy hold your wedding once you propose to her, Yoko?
Listen, wherever she wants, wherever Anya wants. I mean, listen, she's from Argentina. We can go to Argentina. Let's do it. Let's do it, Anya. Let's give me a call. She's shooting a David O. Russell movie right now, so I'm like, hey, listen, I'll be next. Right. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. And she's Furiosa now, so I'm like, God, she's like booming.
That's right.
Yeah, she's really like. I remember back in 2015 where I first was like, shit, I love her. And at that point, nobody knew who she was. And anytime I said she was my celebrity crush, people were like, she looks weird. And I'm like, no, she doesn't. And now everyone's like, oh my God, she's so pretty. I'm like, I was there like 6 years ago. I'm the OG. I was there from the start, guys. Thank you, Shay.
Adam's asking, have you ever considered doing an animated film?
Yes, however, not anytime soon, because I know it's insanely, time consuming and grueling, and I don't want to jump the gun too soon, if that makes sense, because I've never done it. So before I tackle it, like I've tackled anything in the past, I would like to do something to kind of like show me the ropes, sort of. I think for like the one-shot punches, we've tackled action sequences before, and that gave me the confidence to do one-shot punch. But I think if I haven't done action sequences before one-shot punch, I would have never done it, because I nowadays I want to be careful with what I put out, and I want to test the waters first before I tackle something entirely new. And I even something like Last Session, I think Last Session wouldn't have been made if I didn't make A Woman's World, because A Woman's World helped me kind of understand how to do like the indie drama, because that film is like all dialogue. It's not action. It's not. It's something exciting. It's just two people talking about like their experiences and their lives and going through that. So
very good short, by the way.
Thank you.
I really like that.
Inspired by some schmuck who I'm not, who I've never met and I haven't adored for years. But on that short, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about pacing and editing techniques on a film that is all about two people talking. And I was worried that it was going to be boring, for a lot of people, and I was so glad that you enjoyed it, and a lot of people who in my circle also enjoyed it. I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, so it's not boring, and the best compliment I've ever gotten about A Woman's World was a few people have told me that they didn't feel the 20-minute runtime, which I was like, okay, that actually is the greatest compliment you can give me, because I need to learn that. Like, pacing is huge.
Yeah, I mean, the pacing is done very well in A Woman's World. I mean, it's impressive, and honestly, I didn't feel the 20-minute runtime either.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because like it was a huge worry for me, because again, like, nothing exciting happens. It's just two people talking and going through a 24-hour day, and I was worried that it was too uneventful. But hearing that reception kind of gave me more hope that I can pull off like an indie film where it's just kind of like people talking, and it's dialogue heavy. So Last Session would have not have been made without A Woman's World. So this is a long way to answer Adam's question, but before I tackle animation, I would like to try to test the waters at some point. But I think right now, I'm solely focusing on live action because it's what I know, and it's what I can do physically with my two hands. Because like I'm the cinematographer as well, so it's something that is 100% in my control. So I'm more comfortable with that as of right now. But eventually, I'd love to do animation, because I love animation. So hopefully one day, I'd love to tackle animation at some point.
All right. And let's see here. Mad asks if you have any thoughts on doing mecha tokusatsu.
Oh man, tokusatsu meaning live action. So, I think
I think in DMs I might have asked you about this.
Yeah. I think so. It's hard to answer because I think because tokusatsu is so specific, it's not very American, if that makes sense.
Right.
It's not something that's on my list, but obviously, and I've been very vocal about this on Twitter. One of my dreams is to do Evangelion, and what is that if not tokusatsu? So if I ever do an Evangelion live action adaptation for Hollywood, which that would be my dream project, I would try to do it as close to the tokusatsu style that the animation kind of paid tribute to, and do it kind of in a way where Shin Godzilla is doing it, where it's mixing old and new and kind of using practical effects, but also using digital effects to enhance those practical effects. So if I ever do Evangelion, I will love to make it as toku as I possibly can.
Yoko for Ava.
Thank you. I love that tweet so much. I'm so humbled every time I see it. I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much. I love that tweet.
Go ahead and spread that around, people.
Thank you.
All right. Lucy Mendez asks if you have any favorite classic horror films from the 30s, 40s, or 50s.
Ooh, anything of the Universal era, like that, gold standard. Frankenstein, Dracula, and especially A Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Those are all fantastic.
Yeah, especially Black Lagoon and that trilogy, I like a lot. And a certain other filmmaker who won an Oscar for a film also definitely likes that movie.
Yeah.
I watched that when I was a kid. I was freaked out, so freaked out. I remember the shot where the Gill man's hand kind of like comes in through the tent with his little finger.
Yeah, that's
terrifying. And I forgot the actress's name in the first one. I think it's Julia Adams. I think
so.
I think so. Her turning around and screaming at the Creature from the Black Lagoon as it it kind of like dives into the ocean with her, fucking terrified me as a kid. And I love the sequences, and obviously Del Toro does too, where the Gill Man is underwater with Julie Adams or the stunt double. I'm not sure, and the Gill Man is underwater swimming with her and like is below her. Love that sequence.
Very, very creative.
Very creative, and especially for that time, like shooting underwater with a guy in a full like monster suit, like really, really pioneering work. So I can't commend that trilogy enough. Also, definitely Nosferatu. That's the 20s though. So that's a little further back, but Nosferatu.
I actually watched the remake from the 70s.
That's pretty good too.
For that movie starring Klaus Kinski. Wow, I mean, it's incredible. Like, I mean, and despite the kind of person Klaus Kinski was in real life, he definitely put on a great performance.
Yeah, that's a good example of a remake that works, I think.
Oh
yeah. What other movies? There's a lot from that that like golden age of Hollywood that I really like a lot. That has The Mummy, obviously. That's another Universal one. Invisible Man, another Universal one.
I was about to say Invisible Man. I mean that was very impressive for the time.
That's a great one. And even watching it now, you're like, how did they do that? That's incredible. And also shout out to the remake because it's also pretty great. Man, there's a lot.
I thought you were talking about Hollow Man for a moment, but you're talking about the most recent one
from last year.
Yeah, like that was very good.
Very
honestly.
very good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird because sometimes I don't know why. Sometimes King Kong is in the horror category. Sometimes I don't know why.
Yeah, like I actually just watched it like before like hopping on my laptop to get ready for this for reasons you guys can probably figure out. But but I mean, it's not very much of a horror film, really.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's a lot more fantasy than
the
whole thing feels like a big fantasy adventure brought to life.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But like every now and again, I'll see King Kong in like the best horror films list. I'm like, is that a horror film? That's not really a horror film in my opinion. Maybe it was so frightening because it was so like new at the time, and it was kind of like, whoa, like dinosaurs and wow.
Yeah, so, I mean, people do die horrifically in the original King Kong.
Yeah. So if you consider that to be a horror film, definitely King Kong. Obviously, that's a masterpiece of cinema. I can't think of others off the top of my head, but the Universal monster ones are definitely the ones I gravitated the most. As a young man and also as a filmmaker now, I think they're still impressive today, like to seeing them now and how much they pioneer certain like techniques that are now tropes in the 20th in the late 20th and now 21st century.
How about The Thing from Another World from why I didn't think about that one was I think in my head I've always put that in like the sci-fi folder. Well, it's sci-fi horror.
Yeah.
But it also kind of kickstarted a bunch of the sci-fi horror tropes you'd see in movies like Alien and all that.
That's a great one. That's a really good one.
And of course the John Carpenter remake.
The John Carpenter, yeah.
Which a lot of people seem to forget that movie is actually a remake.
It's a remake, yeah. I think that might be one of the best remakes of all time, if not the best, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Truly. Let's see, Adam says, my last question leads into this one. Would you consider writing for one of my Apex films?
Oh shit, that would be so
which by the way, I voiced Kong in Godzilla Apex.
Yeah, that would be really fun. You and I will get together, Adam, and we'll workshop something.
Since I mentioned since we were just talking about the big monkey, actually, are you Team Kong or Team Godzilla?
I mean, yes. Just gonna bring this guy over. All right.
I'm sorry, but I respect your decision, but I'm Team Kong.
Listen, man, I have my loyalties. I love Kong, but gotta stay loyal to my main man.
Nice. Yeah, I probably should have saw that coming a mile away.
yeah. I have a King Ghidorah thing right here, so I think I feel like.
Let's see. Jay says, shameless plug, David, since the two of you are here, Saturday, March 27th is, yep. For those who don't know, there is going to be a Zack Snyder's Justice League watch party over at Nerdcage Live, and Yoko and I are going to be part of it, and I'm super looking forward to it.
So hyped.
Yeah.
More Zack Snyder. So fucking hyped. It's his time.
It really is.
Yeah, I'm so happy for the man. So happy. Because like for years, it's been like, I've been ridiculed for years for liking Zack Snyder, and like now it feels like he's like more accepted now.
I honestly do not get the hate for Zack Snyder like at all. It feels like it comes off as very petty. Like
it's just bullying.
Yeah,
like, I don't understand.
It's like, okay, he made a superhero movie you didn't like. I mean, that's not a crime against humanity.
It's like what? Like I'm gonna shit on the guys who made Captain Marvel because I didn't like that movie. Like it's so frustrating because like people shit on Zack Snyder, but like nobody shits on like Michael Bay, or we shit on Michael Bay, but it's not like, it's not the same level. Like people like really go for his neck, and I'm like, he's a director trying to make movies. Like if you don't like his movies, fine. Don't like my issue always has been like, if you don't like his movies, fine. We're all different and we all have differences of opinion, and I think that's beautiful, and we can disagree and be respectful. That's fine. But when it comes to Zack Snyder, like people just can't be respectful. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
It's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb. And like for years, people were like telling me like, oh, like I have bad taste in movies and I'm an idiot for liking Zack Snyder movies because like he's only style over substance. And I'm like, you're not reading between the lines. But I'm just happy that he has an army of fans, that myself included, that have always supported him from the beginning, and with all the things that he faced from 2017 onwards, like I'm so happy he's getting a comeback and he's getting the love and respect and appreciation that he deserves, and I wish him the best, and I can't wait for Justice League. And he announced today that the movie is going to have a cliffhanger ending, and I'm like, Zach, you lunatic! Oh, I love you. The balls on this guy.
Yeah, I will say, like his adaptation of Watchmen is one of my all-time favorites.
Is it on my desk? I put it away. God damn it! I have a copy of it with Billy Crudup's autograph.
Oh, nice.
And it's the ultimate cut with the Black Freighter spliced into it.
I have that version too.
Yeah, that's my preferred version of the movie. Even though Zach's preferred version is the regular director's cut, but I like the Black Freighter added into it. But for years I've copied Zach for years, like down from Dawn of the Dead, 300, Watchmen, Sucker Punch, anything I've studied, copied, like everything. Like the one-shot punches, I think you can see it. It's so Zach inspired, and nobody shoots action the way he shoots action. Nobody shoots these grandiose epics like he does, and I've always loved the guy, and I've always loved his vision and
I'm
his
starting
eye.
to see the inspiration now that I think about it, honestly.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that like frenetic kind of like timing that he's so good at, and he's so good at like giving these like visceral, raw scenes of emotion, like whether it be characters or action or kind of like world building. It's such a deep kind of like deconstruction of whatever he's trying to make, and I think he's such a misunderstood filmmaker because his films are kind of disguised with like the slow motion and like the high contrast colors or whatever, but like people are kind of judging his movies by the icing on the cake and not like looking deeper into the visuals and how he tells the story. Because I think the best thing about him is he's a visual storyteller, and I've learned so much from Zach about letting your visuals tell the story and not having dialogue tell it, and doing things in a look or with an image or a piece of music. I think it's a lot that I've learned from him, and I can go on about my love for him for hours, but I'm just so happy his movie's coming out, and I'm so excited for us to do the watch live, because it's going to be a 4-hour blast. It's going to be we're going to have to do like a bathroom break in the middle of it, like just pause on like one of the chapters and go like, all right, bathroom break, everybody.
Wait, he did confirm that there would be an intermission, right?
Only for the theatrical release. But,
okay.
But the movie is split into 4 chapters, so there's going to be like a title card spliced into the movie saying like chapter 1 da 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 and chapter 2 da da da. So
all right,
maybe like before chapter 3 we'll just pause it and then we'll take a bathroom break.
All right, let's see here. Shay asks, do you have any favorite obscure kaiju, as in some who haven't been in a movie in a long time that don't see as much attention as usual ones?
Obscure.
Varen always comes to mind for me.
Varen's always a good one. I like Varen. I can't say Gigan because he's popular, but I'm obsessed with Gigan.
You even used Final Wars Gigan in your Kaiju Defeat COVID video.
Yes, I did. Honestly, for some reason, I've always liked Batra.
Interesting.
Yeah, I always felt like it was a shame that the character kind of like.
Yeah, Batra is a very interesting concept. It's one of those things where you wish they explored him a bit more in his movie.
That's the thing. It's like the movie as a whole, I think, definitely has some problems, but I think the concept of like a dark Mothra is such a good idea that I almost wish that was the story of the Mothra trilogy, of like Mothra and Batra and like their
I'm 100% with you on that, because I mean, you probably know my feelings on that trilogy.
Yeah, you do. Well, I have a soft spot for the third one because
true. Yeah. I will say Grand King Ghidorah is definitely the best part of that trilogy.
Yeah. The trilogy definitely, for kids, it's good. It's good for kids. It was good for me when I was a kid, but yeah, it leaves a lot to you want a lot more from a trilogy of Mothra, who arguably is the second most famous Toho monster. So yeah, I've always had a liking for Batra for its design and its function in the story, but my issue, like you said, was like, A, Batra wasn't explored enough in the mythology, and B, gets killed off so quick. And I kind of felt like Batra could have been like a King Ghidorah for Mothra, like another rival, and never reached its full potential. But I've always liked Batra just as a character on its own. But the film in question, I feel like, much like you, I think it leaves more to be desired. But
Yeah, and
But
not in a very good way.
yeah, but I like Batra. I like Batra, but the movie, not so much.
Let's see. Martin asks, "What are your thoughts on the recent resurgence of kaiju media at this current moment?"
Love every minute of it. Love it. Love it.
New
Honestly,
Godzilla anime, new Pacific Rim anime, new
Godzilla
Great
versus
Man anime,
Kong and
Godzilla vs. Kong, Shin Ultraman,
it's oh my god,
a Skull Island anime being made
Skull
by the
Island
same
anime.
guys who did the Castlevania anime. Like,
My god,
I'm sold.
it's just like, honestly, if you told me that monsters would come back 10 years ago, I'd be like, bullshit, no way, because it's too obscure, it's not mainstream, there's no interest for it in the States, like, no, it's not happening. But
and you also have a ton of like indie kaiju movies being made,
that too.
like Monster Seafood Wars. I believe needed to reach like 1,000 pre-orders to like actually be produced, and it actually made that limit. So we're actually going to get the movie.
Yeah, it's amazing, and even I didn't terribly like this movie, and I'm kind of in the minority, but Colossal.
I really like Colossal.
Yeah, I'm in the minority. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I do appreciate its love for the genre and like being a very strange take, which is what we need. I think
Right.
it the best thing about the movie is, I think, the concept in the film. In my opinion, I think some of the execution in the second half was when I was I dropped off a little bit. But I love the setup of the movie, and I love the concept. And even though I didn't like it as much as everyone else, I always recommend that movie to people, because I think it has great value as an indie film, one, and as a monster film, two. I think it's a very kind of new take on a monster film, and I think that's great. And
right. And plus, it's something a lot of people can connect with, because it's basically about Anne Hathaway's character dealing with shitty people.
exactly. I like that. Again, kind of like any good monster movie, the monsters are used as a device to kind of like tell a human story,
right?
And it's used to kind of like give Anne Hathaway her character the arc that it needed to have. And that movie, even though me and my mom saw it and we were very excited about it, and we both left the theater like, okay, yeah. But everyone else I've talked to really likes it, so I'm in the minority. But I still think there is a great value to that movie that I also appreciate, even though I'm not a big fan of it, that I hold dear to that movie because it's so specific and such an oddball thing to do. I really respect that. Really, really respect that. And that's just another thing that's in the whole monster resurgence, where, people are wanting to see this stuff, and I'm really excited. And I think, I didn't think the Godzilla versus Kong trailer would like break records in views.
Yeah, it actually beat the trailer for the Batman in terms of viewership, which is crazy.
And the Batman was out for like a few months, and this came in like a month ago and like just destroyed expectations. And I was like, wow, this is happening. Okay, this is really, really happening. Okay, people are wanting to watch this. Okay, that's great, because I was honestly worried, because after King of the Monsters, people people didn't turn up for that movie. But I think honestly it's due to the fact that people didn't know what Rodan and King Ghidorah and Mothra are. But
right.
King Kong, everyone knows what that is. So
plus it's a matchup like referenced all over media.
Yeah, so like Godzilla versus Kong, like you read that title and you're like, oh, I know exactly what that is. Like I'm gonna click on this video. So I'm really really happy that a lot of people are getting an interest in kaiju stuff, and I don't know how long this will hold, but I do hope that it keeps going and it doesn't stop. I really hope that it's not like a blip, and I hope it doesn't like die out. But the only way it won't die out is if people continue to be creative in the genre, and I think we're starting to see a lot of that. Like Shin Godzilla was a very out there take on Godzilla, even though it's at the same time very traditional. And then the anime trilogy took it to a very different place. And
Right.
then the MonsterVerse is taking it into a mainstream place, and then bringing mainstream audiences into this obscure world, which I'll always appreciate. And then, Shin Ultraman looks as weird as Shin Godzilla, which I love. It looks like a crazy weird film, and I'm here for it. I love it. It's gonna be great. I'm so excited for it. And Singular Point looks so different and so out there. I'm like, yes, that's what we need.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to Singular Point.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect, and that's what I love about it. Like,
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know what's going to happen, and I haven't been this excited for a project because of the fact that it's so unknown. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? And it just looks nuts. And I think it's a sign from Toho that they are willing to play ball and be creative and do whatever it takes to keep the Godzilla franchise fresh, and do whatever it takes to keep the kaiju kind of genre fresh as well. And I hope that the MonsterVerse with Godzilla vs. Kong will attract enough mainstream appeal so that we can get more kind of mainstream monster movies in the West, while in the East they make like more obtuse and weird kind of entries, like Singular Point, because they have more kind of like experience with the genre. But I think in America we're still kind of accepting the idea of like, all right, a three-headed dragon. Okay, I'm getting there. Okay, King Kong. All right, I know who that is. Okay, I'm getting there. So I think we have to ease them in with like the mainstream stuff, sort of.
Right.
And then after a certain point, we can get more more weird with it. But as of right now, we have to kind of keep it mainstream. But in Japan, where the kaiju genre has been out for decades, they have the opportunity and the luxury to kind of like go out of the box, and I think that's what they're doing. So I'm so excited that it's like everywhere.
Same, honestly.
So awesome. Like, could you imagine us as kids and now like 20 years later going like, wow, there's a boom.
Yeah.
There's a boom. Holy shit, this is a great time. This is amazing.
Well, it's just like in the 60s.
Just like the 60s.
Yeah.
Our parents were children at that point.
So yeah, Godzilla Gamer asks, man, all these serious answers, but all I'm wondering is how thick Anno and Higuchi were in person.
Oh man, Anno and Higuchi is the perfect example of a yin and yang that I've ever seen. Anno is the quiet, eccentric, he has he falls into depression quite a lot in his career.
Right.
While Higuchi is this loud, big, funny, kind of like larger than life figure who,
Oh yeah.
when he enters a room, he's in there. And he's always cracking jokes and being like a people guy. And he's this huge ball of energy. And I think the two of them need each other so much, because I think without Higuchi reeling Anno in, I don't know if it would have been as successful as it was. But Anno was seeing them work was very interesting. I was very observant of those two, and there's a lot of funny stories with Anno. Just watching him work, he's very meticulous, very very meticulous, like to a Kubrick level, insane. I've seen him talk to the cameraman to move the camera a millimeter down.
Oh.
Because the shot wasn't the way he wanted it to be. And I'm like, oh my God, like this guy really wants to get like the shot. But what I also like about Anno 2 is he's never a dick about it. He's never like a Kubrick where he'll like torture Shelley Duvall.
Right.
He was always kind and generous enough, but also stern and focused where he will get the shot no matter what. But while being, you know, polite and cordial and, you know, calm about doing it. So I loved seeing that part of him and how meticulous he is, because like I heard stories, but like you kind of have to see it to believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those guys were great. I loved seeing them work, and it was an honor, a real honor to be working under them, and it's an experience that I'll never forget. Just seeing Anno like in Video Village, like doing this, like okay, like just watching him like watch the monitor was like engaging. It really was seeing a genius at work, and I'll never forget that feeling of seeing him and Higuchi and how they operate together. It was such a great experience, and yeah, they're great artists, and I can't commend them enough. They're just great.
Yeah, I mean that's truly amazing.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're so cool.
Shay asks if you have a favorite Ultraman series.
It's so basic, but the first one is always going to be my favorite. I think I usually go for most franchises. I usually gravitate towards the first thing the most because it was the first one,
right?
And you know, because of the history. Because I think, you know, the first Ultraman set up all the tropes that we still see today, and it's so revolutionary for the time. And in my opinion, it has the best monsters. It has the best kaiju in it.
Oh yeah,
Tsuburaya just went nuts with the designs, and I love
very memorable creature designs.
Really memorable and like really out there, like really out there designs.
Oh yeah,
and even today, I think they would be considered like some of them would be considered like avant-garde, very unique designs. So the first one definitely is my favorite. It's also my favorite design because of its simplicity. As much as I love the newer ones, also I think something I love about Ultraman as a design is it's so simple. It's just a silver man with the red kind of like patterns and lines, and I think that was always so beautiful. So I'm happy that Shin Ultraman is going that route. But as much as I love like Tiga's design's awesome, and Mebius is cool, and Max is cool, and Nexus is great.
I love
great.
Nexus.
Yeah, that's a great Ultraman show.
Oh
but
yeah,
there's always something about those designs, as much as I love them, will never grab me as much as the simplicity of this guy. Like
nice.
I just love how simple it is, and I think the simplicity of it makes him more alien to me, in my opinion. There's something about this look that I love so much, and I've always gravitated to the first one. But
yeah, it's simple yet very effective.
Very effective. But actually, my favorite series in the Ultra series is Ultra Q. That's my favorite. I love Ultra Q so.
Ultra Q is fantastic.
So good, and it has such good sci-fi stories in it, and I write sci-fi, so like I go to like the Twilight Zone, Ultra Q, and Black Mirror for like inspiration for stuff, and I love Ultra Q and the black and white look and the narration. And the theme song is great, love it.
Oh yeah,
yeah. But Ultraman's my favorite, and I'm now rewatching Ultra 7. Forgot how good it was. I really
Ultra
forgot.
7 is incredible.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ultra 7 in a while, and I'm watching it now on Stock Factory, and man, is it good. I love Ultra 7. It's great. But the first one will always be my favorite. How about you?
Nexus is actually my personal favorite at the moment, but in terms of like
Great.
Showa, I love Return of Ultraman, which is the one series that heavily inspired Evangelion.
Yeah, that's a really good one. And I think that one has the stronger storyline.
Oh yeah,
as opposed to the other ones, I think.
Oh yeah, like the characters and just the writing in Return of Ultraman is some really good stuff for the
really good stuff.
1971, I think it came out. I want to say.
I think so.
I believe it was 71.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, Nexus is my personal favorite because, as opposed to following an episodic formula, there is actually a clear overarching storyline that connects all the episodes together, which is very ambitious for Ultraman.
Yeah, super ambitious, and I think they really kind of went against the convention, which is always a good thing.
Oh yeah,
and the movie The Next is also great. Also,
yeah, it truly is.
Yeah, I think that's great as well.
Let's see, Ethan asks, okay, actual serious question. If you had to choose one director's films over another, who would you choose? Nolan or Tarantino?
Don't do this. Don't. Ethan, why?
I mean, he was my roommate. He loves doing this.
I'll literally shoot myself if I say one of them because, like, I can't negate one for the other. Oh fuck! Shit! Nolan or Tarantino? I'm choosing Tarantino. I'm sorry, Nolan. I'm sorry. I love you, Nolan. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But Tarantino is something else in my head. I think he's at another level. And also why I pick him is not only is he a great director, he's a phenomenal writer.
Oh yeah.
So I gotta go with Tarantino, although my love of sci-fi is screaming say Nolan. But I can't deny that I think Tarantino's writing has inspired me more. I think I gotta go with Tarantino. God damn this question. I can't do like the Sophie's Choice. I can't do it. It's so hard. Yeah, it's gotta be Tarantino. What about you?
Let's see.
There's no wrong answer too.
Yeah, like I will say in terms of like the overall craft and art of filmmaking, I have to go with Tarantino because I mean, because a lot of directors have stepped out and mentioned Tarantino as one of their biggest influences,
right? Yeah.
Like very much in the same way as Sam Raimi. Like Tarantino makes the types of movies where you really want to learn more about filmmaking.
Exactly.
Whereas Christopher Nolan, not to crap on the guy, Nolan makes great movies.
Yeah, great movies.
It doesn't really have that same effect, but there is like this great sense of scale whenever you're watching a Nolan film, and it's always impressive.
Yeah, I think for Nolan, I love his use of time and how he tells stories in like very unique ways, like in Memento or Inception or even Tenet. But I think I focus a lot on Nolan's technical stuff more so than the writing. But for Tarantino, it's like I focus on the writing, the technical, like everything is up for analysis for Tarantino film, like you said. So I gotta go with Tarantino. I'm sorry, Nolan. I love you so much, but I'm sorry. It's Tarantino.
Oh, Ben's here. Yoko to direction Godzilla
Oh
2.
no! Oh no! I refuse. As much as I would, I refuse because I don't. I'm too much of a coward to touch that story. I can't. The only human being who can make a sequel to that movie is Anno, and he doesn't want to do it. So,
honestly, I feel it's better off as a standalone.
Yeah, same. Although I always thought it would be interesting. Although I don't want it, it would be interesting to see what would happen if Godzilla's state of being frozen is temporary. Because in the film they mentioned that if Godzilla wakes up again, the nuclear countdown will start again. So it would be cool to see like their reaction, like if they find out that Godzilla is, he's no longer frozen. Like what's going to happen? Like that would be interesting. But again, I don't want to touch that story. It's too good, and the worst thing for me to do is go against Anno's wishes. So as much as I would love to direct Shin Godzilla 2, I can't touch that story. I will direct another Godzilla movie.
Let's see. Spiders Prime asks, "What are your thoughts on the original Mothra?"
Oh, great, fantastic.
Oh yeah, like easily one of the best kaiju films out there.
Yeah, and it's got a really different feel.
Yeah, it's like it's not as like it like the tone. It's not on the same level as like Godzilla or Rodan, but there's a lot more emphasis on the fantasy element to it.
Yeah, that's what I always loved about Mothra was it felt like it didn't feel like shock or terror, I guess, and that's
it was a lot more wonder.
It's wonder, and you kind of have the sense of awe of like, oh wow, like Mothra's here, and like the egg is hatching, and the Shobijin are there. That's a great idea too, by the way, the Shobijin and how they did that effect. So great. I love Mothra. That's a great film and a classic like 60s era film.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, super defining.
Shay asks if any of us have seen Hell from Beyond the Fog, and if so, have you seen it, Yoko?
Yeah, I have the Blu-ray.
Nice. I also have the Blu-ray, and I think it's a very good film. How about you?
I was so impressed, and I was, to be frank, like jealous as a filmmaker. I was like, fuck, I want to do that. Like I was so jealous. Like really, like wow, and I love the choice of having dolls be the human characters. I thought that was such a good choice.
That actually stems from Bunraku, which is a form of ancient Japanese theater, and combining that with Tokusatsu was really magical. Honestly,
so magical, and it was so surprising what they did with such a low budget. Really, really good. The music is great. I think the cinematography is great. I think all of the flaws I have are not even flaws. It's like budgetary nitpicks, and that stuff. I'm sure the director also is like, yeah, I had no money, but more than that, I choose not to nitpick those things because more importantly, I saw passion in every single frame of that short. Every single shot had so much dedication and artistry, craftsmanship, and whatever nitpicks like I had, I was like, fuck it. Like that doesn't matter. Like this dude worked his ass off.
Yeah, and the director Daisuke Sato is going to be working on another one called The Brush of God, which
The Brush of God. Yeah, that looks great. The test footage so far looks awesome.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So, Howl from Beyond the Fog is, I think, it's a great stepping stone for classic tokusatsu while making it somewhat modern in a way. It's modern and yet, you know, traditional, but it's very avant-garde. He told story.
Right.
I do have a problem, not with the movie, but the subtitles on the Blu-ray.
Oh yeah, they're not the best.
Not the best, and they kind of, at times they're a little too short.
Yeah.
And a little long. And as a Japanese person, like, I know what they're saying most of the time, so I'm like, I would have translated that differently. But that's not a film thing. So, but yeah, it's such a good short film, and I can't recommend it enough. It's so good. Like if any of you watching haven't seen it, like, please go out and see it. It's so good, and it's so worth your time and money. It's so good.
Yeah, it truly is, and you can still buy the Blu-ray from SRS Cinema's website.
And I think it's coming on digital, right?
It is getting a DVD release sometime in the summer. Mm-hmm. I'm not so sure about digital though.
Okay.
Though it might come out on digital for, I don't know, like probably Amazon or something. I forget.
Amazon or Apple.
Yeah.
Let's see, but yeah, please watch it. It's so good. Support indie filmmakers.
Shay asks if you're a fan of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah, I get that question a lot. They're great, and honestly, I've seen. I was more inspired to see the movies without their commentary, because I watched some of their episodes. I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan, because I haven't seen every episode, but I am a fan of the ones I've seen. And I love them, like watching Gamera and Megalon. Like that's always great fun. So yeah, I like them a lot. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of them, but I have enjoyed me some Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah,
there's a YouTube channel called Brands and Films, which I give a huge shout out to during my Gamera retrospective in part 4 of that. Him, Enshima, Raph, and Andres Kaiju Noir, as well as Ace Murok, they actually got together and made like their own fan-made Mystery Science Theater episodes on some of the Gamera films that they didn't cover.
Mm-hmm.
So I highly recommend checking those out. I mean, they put a lot of effort into those. Let's see, Godzilla Gamer again. Justice League watch along, that's cool and all, but where's the Godzilla versus Megalon watch along?
That's a watch along idea.
Oh yeah, I mean it's on HBO Max.
It is. Yeah, and I saw it recently. You know what? It's gonna be hard for me to do a watch along for it, because I wouldn't be able to talk. I'd just be like so like sucked into it that I'll just like stop speaking, and then they'll be like, Yoko, oh right, I'm like, live, right? Shit, I just got sucked into the movie. I'm sorry. I love the movie. It's such a weird movie.
Yeah, but it's very fun too.
Very fun.
I mean, you can't go wrong with Jet Jaguar.
You really can't. You really can't.
Let's see, Martin asks, what are some of your favorite movie studios when it comes to both nostalgia and what films they produced, other than Disney, of course?
Nostalgia. Well, currently, my favorite studio is Warner Brothers Studios, and that's where I want to work. I really want to work with Warner Brothers, because they seem like the most director-friendly studio out of all the other studios in the past. But nostalgia, I think Fox, because yeah, I gotta say Fox. I think hearing the Fox fanfare theme, like, it gets me every time, and I think that's a nostalgic feel that I'll always get. And it's always weird that whenever I watch a Star Wars film now, it doesn't start with that, and it freaks me out. I'm like, why? Like, I watch Rogue One a lot because I love that movie, and whenever I click play, I'm like, why isn't right? There's no Fox. right. I forgot about that. Right, I forgot. But yeah, I think Fox, they did Star Wars and Alien, X-Men, and Predator, like all the movies that I feel nostalgic for. I always hear that like Fox theme, so I think it's
Yeah,
gotta
I'm
be
gonna
Fox.
go with that.
Yeah, I think
Um,
Fox is super nostalgic. Like that theme always gets me, no matter what.
how about New Line Cinema?
Yeah, New Line Cinema. Now under Warner. Nightmare on Elm Street and
Mortal Kombat,
Mortal Kombat, Lord of the
Teenage
Rings,
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Ninja Turtles. Yeah,
Yeah.
I, I actually love how they began as such a small company and they just skyrocketed.
Oh yeah.
Like I love that. That's such a cool story how they started. But yeah, that's a good nostalgic one. And obviously, like Universal, any Spielberg movie of his like classic era, just seeing that like old school globe pop up, that's
Yeah.
great. But I think out of all of them, I think I hear like I can still hear the Fox like fanfare, and that's the most nostalgic thing I think for a studio for me. Like that theme.
I totally feel that.
Yeah.
Oh, been a while since I've seen this guy. So
Ooh.
yeah, Film Toaster. Wow. Glad to know you're still alive, dude.
Yeah. It's been a while.
So how do you guys feel about Godzilla vs. Kong, the Snyder Cut, and the new Evangelion movie coming out all in the same month?
Nerdgasm. Just complete, utter nerdgasm. I'm upset that I can't be there for opening night for Ava because it's so soon. But I will try to go to Japan, hopefully in April. Crossing fingers. Let's see, so I can still see the movie. But I didn't expect March to be this crazy month where like everything I like is now in it. Like it's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like Ava, Snyder Cut, and Godzilla vs. Kong. Like, what is going on?
And the new Mortal Kombat that's coming out.
Yeah, and that's coming out in like 2 or 3 weeks after Godzilla vs. Kong. So it's what is going on?
Yeah.
It's crazy. And Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0. I had to hold in the secret for a while, but they announced that the movie is 2 hours and 35 minutes. So
and it's supposed to be like the longest like animated film.
I think it's in the top,
right?
I think it's in the top 5. I think there's like 3 other movies that are longer, and they're all animes, which is interesting. The longest one I think is the Battleship Yamato movie. It's almost 3 hours. I'm like, holy shit.
Wow,
my god. But it's like one of the longest anime movies of all time. Like even away from anime, like just animated movies ever. So excited, so hyped.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this movie for like half my life, so I'm like, I need to be there to see it. So that's gonna be great. Obviously, Snyder Cut, I can't wait for. Godzilla vs. Kong, I can't wait for. So March is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna be losing my mind next month. Like I'm just gonna be like a husk of a person, like just putting content into my veins. Like it's gonna be crazy. But I'm so excited and yeah. This year is like an amalgamation of last year and this year's content, so there's so much shit like crammed into one, and like I can't even handle myself. But I'm this month is going to be the most hype I'll be this entire year. So hyped for all this stuff. And then whatever Shin Ultraman comes out, I'm so there.
Let's see here. Shay asks, since it's a very split entry among the fandom, what's your opinion on Godzilla versus Hedorah?
As split as the fandom is, I am also very split on it. I don't love or hate it. I think it has some flaws, but also it has some great moments. I don't like the music. I really don't like the music.
Really?
I like Hedorah's theme. I hate the the Godzilla like I always found it kind of, it didn't fit Godzilla. To me, it felt, I don't know, like I love the shot of Godzilla coming in with the sun. I guess I thought it's sunrise, right? The sunrise in the background and him like coming into the foreground. It's a great shot, but I always wanted that scene to have the traditional theme as opposed to that
Right.
track, because it doesn't feel like Godzilla. It feels like another character with that song, in my opinion.
I gotcha.
Yeah. It's not that the music is bad. I just think that every now and again it feels like it doesn't fit, but most of the time it fits. Like the weird like Hedorah kind of like theme. I like that. I think the visuals are really interesting. I think it's obviously the message is very strong, and I think it's still very poignant even today.
Right.
I don't know. I'm very split on the movie. I'm not on either camp where I love it or hate it. I am kind of split where I acknowledge the faults, but I also can't ignore some of the really great things the movie does, and how, and also how iconic Hedorah became as a kaiju. Like Hedorah has become like such a staple of the series, and such a huge fan favorite. So yeah, I'm very split on the movie, but a sign that I might like it is I do pop it on more than I care to admit. Like every now and again, I'm like, let's pop on Godzilla vs. Hedorah. Let's pop it on, and maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign that I like it. But every time I watch it, I'm like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. But then I go, no, I like that a lot. so it's weird. I have like a split like personality whenever I watch it. I go from like not liking it to liking it like at the same time. So I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I really like it for how experimental it was.
Very experimental. I love that aspect of it.
Yeah, it's very different from all the other Showa films that I can't help but love it because of that.
Yeah, very, very different. Like it feels different too.
Oh yeah.
Like even the human scenes like feel different. Like it feels like 70s and grimy, and like the nightclub scene, and
yeah, like plus like it's like the first time like ever since ever since the first movie where you actually see the effects of like of a monster like tearing through cities and all that. Like you see people die in Godzilla vs. Hedorah.
Scarred me as a kid.
Insane. Yeah,
scarred me. Like seeing the bones and shit. I was like, the fuck is this movie? like I was like, am I watching a Godzilla movie? There's like bones and shit. The fuck is this? But yeah, I agree with you. Like it's very experimental. I think in some instances, I kind of go like, I wish in these moments it went more traditional, but in these moments I like that it's experimental. But I'm kind of like 50-50 on the movie, where like half the time I like it a lot, and half the time I'm like, I'm not sure. But it is, I think, for better or worse, depending on your opinion. And I think anyone can agree, even if they don't like it, that it is a different take on the series. And I think that's, no matter what your opinion is on it, a important entry in the series for being different and for choosing to be like a very kind of experimental film, like you said.
Yeah. So yeah, and well, we have talked about like a decent amount of Vapor Dreams asks our thoughts on Godzilla vs. Megalon.
How could you hate that movie? How could you ever hate that movie? Like even though that same theme that I didn't like in Godzilla vs. Hedorah appears in this movie, I don't mind it, because this movie is like just campy and like ridiculous.
It knows what it is.
Exactly, it knows what it is. It's incredibly silly, but it's meant to be. So there's something really endearing about that movie. I don't know what it is. It's so endearing, and Megalon is such a good like villain.
Oh yeah. Plus the backstory with the Seatopians is actually very interesting.
Yeah, I always thought the Seatopians inspired the the Hollow Earth like civilization in King of Monsters. I was like, that kind of seems a little similar to the
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, and also of course, my favorite boy pops up in that movie. So can't help but love a movie with Guy in it. That's just a Yoko rule.
Yeah. See, here there's fire. The giant claw or the deadly mantis?
Giant claw.
Yeah, giant claw. Yeah, giant claw.
It's a big as a battleship. Like the fuck? Like, what?
Yeah,
it's so good. I love that movie so much. It's one of the movies where it's like it's not like terrible, but it's kind of inept in like a funny way that you love it. I can't take my eyes off it every time I see it. It's so fucking good. And like the bug eyes, the
oh yeah,
so good. I love it so much.
Yeah, it's like you see a scatter of dots on a map, and you're like, I don't see a connection. Oh, draws a spiral, the perfect pattern. It's like, how do you come up with that?
How? I think I'm not a big fan of the whole like giant insect thing. Maybe I don't
like it. Kind of feels a bit overdone. I feel like Them was like the one movie that like
Them is good. I like that.
I feel like Them really got it right.
Yeah, and I think everyone else tried to kind of capitalize on what Them did, and Them had the whole like nuclear allegory also.
Yeah,
but then all the other ones kind of like tried to follow suit, but it didn't quite reach the kind of the scale of what Them was, because I like Them, but
yeah,
Mantis, I had fun with it, but Giant Claw, nah, get out of here. It's not even a comparison.
Godzilla Gamer asks, who's the better duo, Anno and Higuchi or Megalon and Gigan?
They're the same. Like they're like interchangeable. Man, I'll say Anno and Higuchi because I love them so much, and I will always pick them over anyone. Always.
Oh, you're really gonna hate this question. Paul Tackett asks, Coen Brothers or Tarantino?
Fuck! God. Tarantino. Because as much as I love the Coen Brothers, I'm not a fan of every single one of their movies. But Tarantino, I love all his movies, even Death Proof. So I gotta pick Tarantino. How about you?
I'm also gonna go with Coen Brothers.
Ooh, nice.
The Big Lebowski is one of my all-time favorite movies. No Country for Old Men is absolutely phenomenal, and Fargo is just
Barton
great.
Fink is also fucking fantastic.
Yeah. I can't remember if I've seen clips or the movie in its entirety, but I really want to sit down and rewatch their remake of True Grit with Jeff Bridges.
Good. That's real.
I heard a lot of great things about it.
I think it was streaming somewhere. I forget. It might be HBO Max. I'm not sure where. It was streaming somewhere. I'd say go try to find it. I think it was somewhere, but I'm forgetting where. But I saw it again recently. I'm like, it's a damn good movie.
And speaking of Jeff Bridges, I rewatched Tron Legacy, and God, I love that movie so much.
I was listening to D-Res today.
I was just listening to the movie's soundtrack like not too long ago.
It's like orgasmic, that soundtrack. It's eargasmic. There we go. That movie's great. I love it.
Oh yeah, it truly is.
Yeah.
Even though it's not Coen Brothers or Tarantino, it's still great.
Yeah. Again, a rule for the both of us: no slander for Tron Legacy. It's
unacceptable. No
slander for those movies. That movie.
Like no slander for Tron Legacy, like at all. And anyone who slanders Tron Legacy will be shot on sight. No, wait. Actually, anyone. It's actually. If you dare slander Tron Legacy, you will be subject to immediate de-resolution.
De-resolution, yes. Yeah. I want them to line up like all the haters of Tron Legacy and like games, and just throw them in the arena. Just see what happens.
That. Oh man. Let's see. Shay asks, "What kaiju movies do you think have the best human casts, in your opinion?"
Well, definitely Shin Godzilla. The first one also definitely. The first one also definitely. I think honestly, a lot of the Showa movies have a really good human cast.
Monster Zero.
Monster Zero. That's a great one. That's a really good one. Mothra versus Godzilla.
Oh yeah,
strong one. Those like the first. I think from Godzilla or Gojira to Destroy All Monsters, that like arc had really good human casts in general.
Oh, totally.
Even something like Godzilla versus Ebirah had a human cast I liked.
Oh yeah,
I love them.
Very very memorable characters.
Yeah, I love them like hanging out like in the boat. It's like the first like third of the movie. I'm like, this is great. I love this like romp that they're on. This is fun.
I really like the characters in the Mechagodzilla movies, the Showa ones.
Yes, those are good too.
Especially in Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, since we're talking just kaiju movies in general.
Yes, that one also the Gamera trilogy, of course. Great cast of characters there. Honestly,
and because it's my channel, I gotta say it. The Attack on Titan movies have great characters.
There we go. I gotta say, they're not the best written. I will say first, but Godzilla Final Wars has a really good cast.
Yeah.
As much as they're all cardboard characters. Yes, I agree with all the critics. Yes, I agree, but they're all really memorable. Like I remember all of them. So I gotta give it to them, and I think it's mostly.
I mean, Don Fry, Kazuki Kitamura, Ken Kosugi.
Yeah, I think it's not the writing. I think it's the actors. Like they just give it their all, and they are just like super charismatic and like having a blast with the movie.
Especially Kazuki Kitamura as the controller Planet X.
He's fucking chewing the scenery, and I love it.
I mean, despite the role in writing he was given, he's actually a very good actor.
Yeah,
I highly recommend checking out The Man from Reno, which also stars Aiko Fujitani. Great movie.
Good movie.
I also recommend watching the live-action Parasite Duology based on the manga. His character is amazing in those movies.
Yeah, that's a good cast of characters. I think in Final Wars, even though they're not very well written. There's a few others. GMK also has a decent cast.
Yeah, GMK was good. Godzilla 2000.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, 2000 is good.
Godzilla 1984. I'd say.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Especially Keiji Kobayashi, he was a great actor.
Yes.
Biollante had a great cast.
As much as the Heisei series doesn't have a great like overarching cast, I always liked Miki as a character. So she's played by what's her name?
Megumi Odaka.
Yes, Megumi Odaka. There we go. She's great.
He was a wonderful woman in real life.
I always wanted to meet her, but yeah, she's great in those movies, and I like that her character goes through like an evolution through the movies, and she's great in those movies. I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this, but I'll say it. I actually like the human characters in Godzilla King of the Monsters. Send the hate mail. I actually like them.
And we're done here. I'm kidding.
And we're done. That's where I lose all credibility as a kaiju fan. That's where I lost it. All
right, I'm gonna stick your Godzilla fan card.
All right, I'm sorry, Yoko. Shit. All right. See you in G Fest 2038. All right, sure. I'm banned, I guess, from G Fest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but I really don't like them. But I do like Kyle Chandler's character.
He's
I think his character was
in
fine.
anything he's in. Yeah, I like them. I don't know why. That's the weird thing. I don't know why, but something about them like gravitates me towards them. I don't know what it is. And I will say, to agree with everyone, they're not like well written, like deep, characters or anything like that. Like I will never call them like extremely well written or fleshed out characters. But
would you say that it's the cast that attracts you the most?
it might be the cast, but also
because you have Charles Dance, Vera Farmiga, Billy Bobby Brown. Because they're pretty great and all the stuff that they starred in.
Yeah, it might be the cast, but also I think it's some of the things that they do in the film. Like there are small moments that makes me like them a lot. Like Mark Russell in the Monarch base and like facing Godzilla under the water. Like I love like those little moments as opposed to like the bigger overarching moments, if that makes sense. Like
Right.
I understand why people don't like the characters, and I fully understand that there are valid reasons, and I totally get it. Like they're not like, they could be better. I agree, but I really appreciate like the small tiny moments in King of the Monsters that like stuck out to me a lot, like on subsequent rewatches. Like there are small things with Emma and Madison and Mark especially, and of course Serizawa, who's great in that. But yeah, I've always enjoyed those characters, not because they're like, I like this character's arc and it's so deep and allegorical or metaphorical or whatever, but like I think it's like a very like surface level like.
Right.
Yeah, it's mostly surface level, and I agree with anyone who thinks they're underwritten. I don't disagree with that, because I also see that too. But I don't know, for some reason I enjoy them. I don't know what it is. I think it might be like the actors and maybe the pacing of the film, because it's so fast. It kind of just puts you on the ride, if that makes sense.
Right.
But yeah, I totally get where everyone kind of like is coming from, but I would never put that in like the top 10 list of best human casts. No way. Like there are other much more superior casts in kaiju movies, but I just like highlighting that cast of King of the Monsters, because like everyone shits on them, and I'm like, they're not bad. They're not bad characters. They're just kind of underwritten, and I can see why. I understand.
So, would you like to tell the chat how many times you watched King of the Monsters in theaters?
Shit, I forgot what it. I think it was like it was definitely over 20. Fuck, I forgot. It's somewhere in my. If I go through my Facebook or my Instagram, I'll know the actual number. But I think it's over 20. Because I was like, I gotta. I have AMC A-list, so I was like, I gotta support this movie and keep it in the box office. So like, for AMC A-list, you can watch 3 movies a week. So I spent all 3 movies a week seeing King of the Monsters over and over and over and over and over again. And I never got tired of it. I was like, I fucking love this movie, and I know it's not like, it's very Hollywood, And I think that's like that statement should either make you like it or hate it, in my opinion. Like it's very Hollywood, and if you are not really a fan of Hollywood filmmaking and like blockbuster filmmaking now, you're not gonna like it. But if you kind of enjoy blockbuster filmmaking now and you're okay with it, I think I really enjoyed it, and it doesn't. There are some moments where I'm like, I would have cut this part out, but overall, I was like, I was floored that a, a a modern kaiju movie made today in America actually took itself seriously. And the first Godzilla movie did also, but that one it felt more self-contained because it was just supposed to be like a one-off movie back in 2014. But King of the Monsters had like other monsters and world building and stuff, and it could have gone down like that Marvel route where they kind of just, make it overly kind of jokey and like overly light and don't have any consequences for the characters and whatever. But King of the Monsters actually does a lot of like not clever or good, but like, basic writing techniques where I'm like, okay, I can see this, arc fulfilling, and there are moments in that movie that I like quite a lot, and it's more spectacle than anything else. So,
right.
Yeah. If you like spectacle, that's what you'll get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Jay asks, Yoko, Nintendo fan at all?
I wouldn't say fan or not fan because this is gonna be a fun fact. I've never owned a gaming console in my life.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, my parents weren't too big on video games, and not that it was forced on me, but only because I wasn't really into them as a kid.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, for some reason, like when everyone else was playing Game Boys, like I was watching movies. So I don't know, something about games. And here's a split answer too. When I was a kid, I never was really interested because it kind of felt like after you finish the game, like it's kind of done.
Right.
Which is ironic because like if you watch a movie, it's kind of done and that's it. But I never felt like the need to finish a game. Like I kind of like I'll have fun the first time I do it, and then afterwards I'll be kind of like, all right, I'm done with it. And then like I'll never finish it. So I never felt the need to like ask my parents like, hey, like can you buy me an Xbox, or like, hey, can you buy me a PS3 or a PS4? Like I never had the interest for it. But now I'm getting a lot more interested because I'm dying to get a PS5 at some point. I think next year. I spent some money on a new TV, so I'll probably buy one next year to like save some money. But I think games now have become so much more complex and story based, and the graphics are great, and I think the evolution came so far, and I don't want to miss it, if that makes sense. And there's so much content in video games that can be very useful for my filmmaking stuff. So now my answer has changed, but I'm still not super into gaming, if that makes sense. Like if I really wanted the PS5, I'll get it right now.
Right.
But I kind of want it as a bonus. Like I never felt that video games grabbed me as like films do. I don't know why. I kind of get tired of playing games after a little bit of time. I don't know what that is. It's never the game's fault. It's mostly like a personality thing. So I never owned a video game console. So I can't really say if I'm a fan or not. But obviously, a Nintendo's great and they make awesome stuff. So I would say fan, I guess, because I appreciate what they do and they make great innovative stuff. And yeah, they're great.
All right, interesting. So, yeah.
That's always a fact that like people are always surprised by. They're like, Oh, you never had a gaming console before?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it's kind of odd.
yeah, it's odd for a nerd to not have a gaming console, but
Yeah.
like I'm one of the few, so I need to like catch up, to be honest.
Shay asks, what was the better found footage kaiju movie in your opinion, Cloverfield or Troll Hunter?
Y'all really like to test me. Y'all in the chat love to like do the this or this, and like it kills me because I want to say both.
Then you're really gonna hate next question.
Oh no. Cloverfield and Troll Hunter. I'm gonna say Cloverfield because watching Cloverfield, it felt real.
Right.
And I think the purpose of a found footage movie is to really make it real. And I think Troll Hunter, as good as it is, felt always very fantastical. And I think that was the point.
Right.
So I can't really fault it for that, because that is the point of the film. But I think, in my opinion, the purpose of a found footage film is to have that like raw, visceral feeling of like, this is a home video, this is real, this really happened. And seeing Cloverfield in theaters, like, and living in New York, also very frightening, because I was like, it's literally going through streets I know, like this is fucking terrifying. And I think Cloverfield also, like, I think as a New Yorker, this is a little dark, but as a New Yorker, I think I'm 26, so I was 6 years old when 9/11 happened. And for any New Yorker who's kind of lived through 9/11, I think it's such a heavy experience that everyone kind of like shares. And it's strange because in New York City, a bonding moment that a lot of people have is like a group of people like be together and they'll ask like, where were you on 9/11? Like that's kind of a common question that we ask each other, and like the stories that we have about 9/11, because it was so close to our, like it was in our city, so it's kind of a shared traumatic experience.
Right.
And watching Cloverfield really reminded me of 9/11. I think it was so effective, and it kind of felt like this is what monster movies do right, is kind of like take an allegorical or political situation and then kind of expand upon it using monsters. And I think Cloverfield was such a unique take on what it's like to face a crisis in New York City, kind of like 9/11, but using a monster to kind of like show the human side of what we went through as a city during 9/11.
Right.
So that aspect of it always kind of struck me as a New Yorker. So that's a very like New York specific experience.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. So that's why I always gravitate towards Cloverfield. And I saw it recently, and it shook me again. I was like, fuck, this really reminds me of 9/11. And I remember like watching the news and like seeing people like covered in ash. And there's that scene, there's a horrifying scene, like the first act in the movie, where it's after the Statue of Liberty head like comes in and rolls over. There's a shot where the camera person like exits the store and everyone's covered in ash and debris, and that scene always kind of like, you know, it always puts me back into perspective of like, shit, like this actually happened in New York City. And I think that's why that movie is so effective for me as a New Yorker, because it always reminds me of like the horrors that we went through as a city, and it's using a monster to reflect upon that event. So I've always kind of had a very close relationship with Cloverfield because of how it makes me feel as a New Yorker, I guess.
Yeah, I mean me being 21, I'm like too young to remember any of that stuff happening. But I honestly can't even imagine what that must have felt like. And then watching Cloverfield and kind of seeing where its inspiration like comes from, as someone who was there and remembers it well.
I think it's kind of like, it's the same thing with Godzilla, where the Japanese public saw it after being hit by the atom bomb. Like it's the similar thing of like, oh, like I experienced this, so like I feel the connection to it. And like a quick story, but like I remember where I was on 9/11. I was at school, and my dad and my cousin picked me up from school, and I was the last one. I was the last kid to be picked up, and I was like in the art room, like just like doodling. And my dad and my cousin arrive at the school, and they escort me out of the school, and then I leave the school. And my school, my elementary school, was uptown on the east side, on like 92nd or 3rd Street. So it was like way uptown, and the World Trade Center was like at the very tip of the bottom of the island of Manhattan. And I remember walking out of the school, and there was this huge trail of smoke that came from the south, like that was over the sky like that. And I never forgot that image. And then I go home, and I watch on the TV like what happened, and then the towers collapsed. So I remember that like very distinctly. And then like my parents had to like sit me down and like have this talk of like, like this was an act of terrorism, and this is when I first heard the word terrorism, like terrorist. And it was a really scary like feeling, and it was really terrifying.
I can imagine.
Yeah, and even as a kid, like I think I was young, but still old enough to kind of grasp the idea, like, okay, people want to hurt us because of of our belief or what we did. So I think that experience, for anyone who is, I think, of my age especially, has been kind of like a very like important part of their childhood, to kind of like wake up to the realities of the world, if that makes sense.
Right.
So cut to like 7 years later, watching Cloverfield in the theater, I was like, oh shit, I remember that. Like I remember what that was like, and like seeing like that image of like the ash and the debris and like the empty streets in New York City, like on the news. And there's this really great shot where the characters are like walking through the empty streets of New York City, and then there was a horse driving a carriage, but the carriage was empty, and it was just the horse with the carriage on a empty street. And I was like, shit, that really reminds me of what it was like back in 2001 in New York City, where it was like barren and it was like empty because of the people were scared to go outside. So that movie has always affected me because of what I remember as a kid of like seeing it on the news, and how Cloverfield was a clever allegory for what happened. And I think it's very underrated for that aspect. And I think a lot of people forget that Cloverfield, I think, comes from 9/11 and the New York kind of like reaction, and seeing the civilians on the ground. I think that's a very underrated aspect of the movie that's kind of overlooked a lot because it's like a monster movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I love Cloverfield. I think it's a very effective movie, especially if you live in New York. Like if you live in New York and you show someone that movie, they're like, oh, that's heavy. That's really heavy. But
anyway, on a note of something else,
lighter note.
Well, you'll see. Daikaiju Tony asks, Tarantino or Robert Rodriguez?
Oh my god! And they're friends. Like, god damn it! It's got to be Tarantino, man. As much as I love Robert Rodriguez and he's the man, it's got to be Tarantino. I love Sin City, by the way. Just I love Sin City. I love Alita. I loved Desperado and Dusk Till Dawn. But it's got to be Tarantino.
I'm actually going to say Robert Rodriguez because because my uncle was actually one of the stunt people who worked on Desperado.
Oh shit, that's awesome!
Yeah,
Fuck, that's really cool.
There's that big shootout in the bar. He's one of the guys who gets shot.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to send me like a clip and like freeze frame it and like show me where he is in the shot. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'll definitely show you after the stream.
Yeah, please. I will say, the person, either of these two people, the one who has impacted my childhood the most is Robert Rodriguez with Spy Kids.
Oh, Spy Kids!
That shit was everywhere.
Oh yeah,
I was obsessed with Spy Kids. So
huge marketing push for those films.
Huge marketing push, and I remember like seeing all the movies in the theaters, and I love those movies. So, hats off to Robert for Spy Kids, because that shit is dope.
Oh yeah. Let's see, Martin asks, do you think Roland Emmerich is too overhated for the films he's directed?
I think any director who has hate, like we were talking about Zack Snyder not too long ago, but any director who has hate, like it's ridiculous. Like, why? Like, you can not like someone's work, but like you don't have to like hate the person. If that makes sense. Like,
yeah,
like I don't like the Godzilla movie, but I'm not gonna be like, hey, Roland Emmerich's like a hack. Like everyone be nice, and also like I think as a filmmaker, I think you and I have an understanding of like what it takes to make a film and how difficult it is. So it's hard for you and me to make that judgment call. But I think for everyone else, I think they don't really know the gravity of making a film and how difficult it is. And just even making a film, no matter what it is an accomplishment. Like, just off the bat, like you got it off the page onto the screen through a distributor. Like, that's a miracle. Like, it doesn't happen. So I can't like shit on a director because it's wrong. I can shit on a movie because I don't like the movie, but the movie also was made by hundreds to maybe thousands of people. So I have a hard time, like, unless I'm like joking about it. Like, I will never seriously bag on a movie. I can't, like, out of respect. I can't, because somebody can do that to me. If that makes sense. And I don't want that to happen. So I want to treat the directors and the movies they make with the same amount of respect and artistic integrity that I would expect from somebody else. So I think Roland Emmerich, as much as most of his filmography I'm not a huge fan of, I think he's overly hated. I like Independence Day. I like Day After Tomorrow, even though it's highly inaccurate. And hey, it's ridiculous. I love 2012. It's an insane movie, but I love it.
I'm with you right there.
Yeah, it's crazy and it makes no sense, but it's insane. It's just insanity, and I love it. So, but I hated Independence Day Resurgence.
Yeah, I wasn't big on that either.
I didn't like Godzilla.
I mean, I kind of like Godzilla 98, even though it's a huge departure from the character.
Yeah, like, obviously, I think for me, it has a special place in my heart because I grew up in the 90s and it was everywhere in the 90s. Yeah. And I was 3, and I remember it being everywhere when I was like 3 and 4. Yeah, so like, it was a huge part of my childhood.
Like, I understand why people don't like it. I mean, I mean, I think it's a neat little generic monster rampage flick, but at the same time, Godzilla's a lot more than that, which which is a huge turnoff for a lot of people.
Whenever I watch that movie, I always I watch it with the thought that it's not a Godzilla movie, and I enjoy it a lot more. Like, if it was called another monster, I would have been like, oh, this is awesome. This is great. But the fact that it's called Godzilla is always a problem for me. But I think that means objectively it's not a terrible picture, because if I just take away the idea that it's Godzilla, it's enjoyable. Like, if you just take away the word Godzilla and replace it with, like, you know, something Asaurus,
as long as it holds up well enough on its own.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's fine. I think it's fine, but I just don't really have a need to see that movie again, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't get people who like rag on it for no reason. I'm like, it's a generic movie, sure, but like it's not like a sin against nature. Like it's not that bad. Come on. And like, I think his movies are not like, some of them are bad. Like A Resurgence was bad. I didn't like that movie at all. But they're not like the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. They're not the worst. Yeah. They're just like overly produced, glossy kind of light movies. And you know, it's fine. No need to bag on the dude.
Let's see. Godzilla Gamer says, want to play a great story-based video game? Get The Last of Us.
I actually can't wait for the HBO show if they do it right. I think that would be great, because I know the basic premise of it, and I've seen like the clips on YouTube, but yeah, I know it's like a heartbreaking like story. So that's another great example of like how far video games have come, I think, over the years. The Last of Us. So I'll definitely want to play that once to get an actual thing.
Yeah. Paul Tuckett says, good night, great stream. Take it easy, Paul. Adam's heading off to bed. Take it easy, Adam. Let's see here. Oh, Shay asks, did you like Tarantino and Rodriguez collaboration double feature movies, Grindhouse?
Yes, I did. A lot of people don't like the Grindhouse double feature. I love it for what it is. Like, it's meant to be like dumb and, you know, like a B movie, and it knows what it is. And I think it's paying tribute to a very out of style genre.
Right.
But it's done with so much love and care for that genre that I almost wish it was brought back with Grindhouse, but I think like people didn't like the movie for some reason, so it didn't come back in full force. But like, I've always liked Death Proof and, like, you know, all the other, like, even like Machete. That's kind of like, it's not part of it, but like it's kind of like sort of in the same kind of like
style
and the realm of it. I love that kind of stuff. So yeah, I like Tarantino and Rodriguez collaborating, and also Tarantino guest directed in Sin City as well.
Oh, all right. I didn't know that, actually.
He directed the scene where it's Benicio del Toro's head in the car with Clive Owen's character.
Okay.
I think he directed that scene, I think.
All right.
I might be wrong, but I know he directed one scene as a guest director in Sin City.
That's awesome.
Yeah, isn't that like a weird like thing? Yeah. He's like, hey, Quentin Tarantino, you want to like come direct this one scene? He's like, sure, yeah. Like, that's awesome. That's so cool. Like, the fact that you can call up Tarantino and be like, hey man, you want to direct this scene? That's awesome. I love Rodriguez for that kind of stuff.
I mean, that's great.
Yeah, that's fucking great.
Now, I know you said you haven't really played any video games, but Tony asks if you're a SquareSoft fan.
I don't know.
Like it's the same company that did Final Fantasy.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I guess the better question would be, do you like the story, if you know it?
I don't really know the story. I know there's like a million Final Fantasy games and like a million movies of them too. I just I never followed them.
I never played the games myself, but Tony actually showed me this, like it was a bonus feature for the movie Advent Children, which is like a sequel to 7, and it's basically like it's like a 20-minute recap of the entirety of Final Fantasy 7, And the movie Advent Children is very enjoyable. I definitely recommend watching the extended version. It's really good stuff.
Okay, I'll definitely check it out. I've been meaning to, but like I've always put it on the back burner for some reason. But I know it's like an insane world, like it's crazy. So
I know that feel. I've been meaning to get into Gundam for many years.
Oh,
it wasn't until like 2 years ago I finally decided to get into Gundam.
It takes a while, but I'll definitely get to it. I promise.
Shay says, "My last question for the night: being a sci-fi fan, are you a Doctor Who fan?"
Yes. Whovian, always. I'm not like the. I'm not. I hate saying I'm a fan of something, only because, like, I don't want to insult like the true fans. I guess like I'm not like deep into like Doctor Who lore. Yeah, of course. Like I'm not like deep in the lore, but I would say I'm like a casual Whovian. I guess like I enjoy the show, and I've seen most of it. I've seen like the classic ones, and I've seen the new ones. I haven't seen much of the Peter Capaldi or the newer one. I forget her name. She's a good actress though. I forget her name. Shit. I think it's like Jodie something. But
something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Doctor Who because it's always been kind of, it always told interesting anthology sci-fi stories, kind of like Twilight Zone or Ultraman.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I'm a casual Doctor Who fan.
The only bit of Doctor Who I've seen was the Day of the Daleks special from classic era. And I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
I think you'd like it. It's fun. I would say, and this is coming from a casual fan, so don't listen to me 100%. But for me, I've always put it on very kind of lightly on TV. Like I'll kind of like be eating food while watching it. Like it's very light and like playful and adventurous. So I think you have a good time with it.
Alrighty, yeah. My good friend Ace Maroke, he's a huge fan of Doctor Who, and he definitely plans on showing me some more of the classic era of Doctor Who.
There's a million episodes, so like, it's a little daunting, but it's fun when you like get into it.
All right. Let's see. Here it is. Fire X asks Tarantino or Spielberg. But based only on the first films, Reservoir Dogs and Jaws. So Reservoir Dogs or Jaws is the true question.
Jaws wasn't his first film, but it was his first like breakout film. Fuck. Reservoir Dogs or Jaws? Okay. Fuck. No, that's not true. I was about to say I like Reservoir Dogs more than Jaws, but that is untrue. As I was about to say it, I was thinking about all the awesome scenes in Jaws. I was like, nope, I can't say it. It's like equal footing. I'm gonna have to go with Jaws because of its importance in cinema and how much it changed the landscape in the 70s. I think it's unavoidable. I think when talking about like the Hollywood kind of like blockbusters, it says it was the first one. So I gotta go with Jaws.
Yeah, I'd say Jaws personally because of like what it did for the time.
It's a lot about the cultural significance of Jaws. I think that's what puts it over the edge.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Tony asks if you're into super robots. Basically stuff like Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, Tetsujin. So there's basically two different subgenres of mecha. There's super robots, which is basically like superhero sort of stuff. And then there's real robots, which is your Gundams, your Pat Labors, Ghost in the Shells, and all that. And there's kind of like bit of a gray area, and that's where something like, I don't know, Evangelion would fit in,
Right,
because
they're not like they're kind of like not mechas, and
yeah.
there's like a thing inside the suit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm into it, only because I haven't seen any of it.
All right. I'm more than happy to help you with some recommendations.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Because like I've seen like Gundam and Patlabor and Ghost in the Shell Ava, and so I've gravitated towards that because of my love for like Gundam for the most part. So like that stuff I'm more kind of like easier for me to like digest. But I think Super Robots,
Right.
that like style, I haven't really gotten into yet. But I'm definitely curious about it.
All right. As far as like super robots go, to pretty much cover like the quintessential ones being Mazinger, Getter, and Tetsujin.
Yeah, Mazinger is a big one, I think.
Oh yeah, I highly recommend Shin Mazinger Z, which is available on Retro Crush for free, and but there are ads, but you can bypass that with ad blocker.
Yeah,
and I also recommend the Maz and Kaiser OVAs on top of that, as well as the movie Mazinger Z Infinity, which is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I made an entire video on Getter Robo, so you can go ahead and check that out.
Okay.
And as for Tetsujin, I hear the 2004 anime is fantastic.
I'm gonna have to check all these out. There's so much on my list.
Yeah, like I know it's a bunch, but if you want like a quick fix on like just super robots in general, like I'd say those are like the go-tos.
All right, I'll put that on my list.
Oh no, we have another really tough question. Godzilla Gamer asks, Dr. Pepper or Coke?
Coke for me. It's always original Coke.
Dr. Pepper. It's a Texas thing.
That's fair. I mean, I will take either one, to be honest. Like I don't mind, but if I had to pick one, I gotta go with classic Coke.
All right. Oh, and Sean Barry, what's up, dude?
Hey, Sean.
He asks, are you interested in exploring the films of Keiichi Okamoto, the director who inspired Hideaki Anno?
Yeah, I have seen Battle of Okinawa. So
what'd you think of it?
It's very interesting. Very interesting. And I can see where the Anno isms come from. Like I was like, oh, that's almost carbon copy. Yeah, I'm definitely more than interested to see more of his works. I'm actually if I do end up going to Japan next month, hopefully, I'll have to spend 2 weeks in quarantine because it's COVID. During that time, I might just have a family member like go to like the rental store and like leave me some DVDs to like keep me like from like not like killing myself in the hotel room just for like being alone. So
one movie I think you will really love from Keiichi Okamoto is Japan. Sorry, Japan's Longest Day.
Yeah, I have yet to see it, but everyone tells me to see it, and I'm like, I will. I promise I will, because like I want to see it too.
Yeah, like when I was watching it for the first time, I was thinking, this is Shin Godzilla, but without Godzilla.
I've heard that from everyone. Like immediately when Shin Godzilla came out, that was the quickest comparison that everyone said. So instantly I was like, I gotta see it. So yeah, I'll definitely watch that movie. Definitely, hands down.
It's phenomenal. Like I don't know if you heard the plot, but it takes place at the end of World War II, and it's the final like hours of Japan's side of it before they finally surrender.
Right.
And to sum up the movie, it's like watching 2.5 hours of people being completely demoralized because of how propaganda and just the war in general was treated at the time on their front.
Right. Yeah, I definitely will check it out.
Yeah, it's incredible.
There's a lot of there's a lot of like Asian cinema stuff I have to catch up on. Like I've been kind of like not following it as much as I should.
Same.
There's a lot of shit. I'm like, fuck, I gotta watch this too now. All right, shit, okay. But there's also this French movie I have to see. Like, fucking, okay. So it's like my brain has been full of like stuff that I need to see. But I'll definitely get around to seeing some of this stuff, especially like if I'm just like home alone and I want to pop in a movie.
All right. Let's see. Oh, Spiders Prime says, going to bed. Good night, everyone. Take it easy. Shay, my guys, this is a great stream as always. Take it easy, Shay. Let's see. Here at Ears Fire, Seven Samurai beat Godzilla for best movie of 1954. I personally like Godzilla more. As objectively as possible, which do you think is better?
This is as heartbreaking as it is. It's so easy for me to say it's Seven Samurai.
Yeah.
That Seven Samurai and 2001: A Space Odyssey, to me, are the best films ever made. I think those two are like neck to neck, unbeatable milestones of cinema. As much as Godzilla is the world to me, I think nothing compares to what Seven Samurai is. Seven Samurai is just a miracle movie.
I'm jealous you got to see those in theaters.
Oh my! It's only because it's New York. Because New York is obsessed with Kurosawa. Like every year, there is like a Kurosawa like fest. So like I gotta go see it in theaters. Like every time it's there.
Yeah, and don't they do like special screenings at the? It's called the Museum of the Moving Picture, right?
A moving image.
Moving image. Okay. Yeah, and man, like I'd love to go to that theater one day.
That's a great theater. I've seen Seven Samurai 3 times in the theater.
3 times in a theater?
Yeah. It plays in New York all the time. And every time it's announced, there is not a question in my mind. I will go see it. Like I can't miss it because it's in a theater, surround sound, intermission with the bathroom break so I can pee because it's a long fucking movie. But it never feels long. It never feels long. But yeah, Seven Samurai, that movie, I hate that movie because I'm like jealous of it. Like it's too like, how does a movie like that exist? Like it's so good. And and it's always hard for me sometimes to recommend certain films from different countries because international films usually tend to kind of tailor their film and their taste to whatever country it is. So like sometimes it's hard for me to like recommend a French or like a Danish or German or Japanese, Chinese film to somebody because I don't know how to gauge that person and their kind of interest in international cinema. But Seven Samurai is one of those films where I always, without a doubt, recommend to people because I think it goes beyond like race, gender, age. It's just a timeless movie that anyone can see and anyone will understand.
Oh, totally.
Breaking culture barriers. Like it's such a good movie. And even watching it now, it's so impressive the camera stuff they do in that movie. And it's almost 70 years old. And the filming techniques are still modern. That's incredible.
Oh yeah.
Like the fuck and it's such a good movie and every character is memorable and just I love how in 1954 Japan had Seven Samurai, Godzilla, and Ugetsu from Mizoguchi, like the 3 like milestones in Japanese cinema. So I'm like,
I'm really gonna have to check out that third one that you listed.
I think that's I think it's on HBO Max actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a very good film, very very good film, and that also is like considered one of the best like Japanese kind of like in the golden age era, and Mizoguchi is also kind of like seen as the other Kurosawa as well. He's a great director, but I think what makes Kurosawa to me a better director is that he is a lot more international. I think his movies, without any understanding of Japanese culture or society, he will make a movie that anyone of any age, culture, race can understand. And I think that is genius. It's like, I think he's like the original Spielberg, where he has the mass appeal, where anyone can watch his movies and understand what he's trying to say. Because I saw Seven Samurai for the first time, like, I must have been like 5 or 6, and like I got it, and I still and you know, even as an adult, like it feels the same, except more like I can articulate how I feel now, but I still feel the same emotions as I felt like even as a kid watching the movie. So yeah, Seven Samurai is just fucking masterpiece.
Oh
I adore that movie so
yeah,
much.
It really is.
Yeah, I really hope at some point you can see it in the theater, Davis. I really hope.
I'm really hoping so too.
If it ever comes to Texas, like, please, you need to check it out in the theater. It's so different, dude.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna do everything in my power to keep a good eye out for it.
It's got to be playing in some, like,
probably an Alamo Draft House or something.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't think they normally do those types of films. Like it's normally cult movies that get replayed.
It's got to be like an indie theater, I think.
Right.
Like, indie theaters always kind of go for these kind of films. So, yeah, I really hope. Oh, if anything, come to New York, man. I'll let you know whenever they do a Kurosawa Fest in New York City again.
All right.
Fly over, then we can watch it.
See, Sean asks, how do you feel about handheld cinematography from a filmmaking standpoint?
Yeah, I love it. I love handheld, but only if it's used properly. I think a lot of directors kind of use it as a cheaper and faster way to do stuff, but I think handheld has to be motivated and has to have meaning in a scene, or else it's not going to work. I think some moments need to be still on sticks, and some moments should have some motion in it. But the director and cinematographer have to kind of like gauge that, and it's hard. It's hard to gauge that, so it's not an easy thing, because you kind of have to do like a test. You have to like see it, and then see if it works. If it doesn't work, do something else. But I like handheld cam. I just don't like shaky cam. Hate shaky cam. I hate it when people use it. It hurts my eyes, and it's like incomprehensible, and I don't like it. And for example, there's that scene in Civil War where Bucky is fighting Black Panther on the roof. I don't know what's going on. It's like it's shaky, and then also on top of shaky, it's also high frame rate. So I'm like, did he punch him, or did he like just wave his arm? I can't tell. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. And then it cuts really quickly too. Like shaky cam, you like even John Wick uses some shaky cam, but it doesn't cut. It just kind of does this. That makes sense. But the fact that you're using shaky cam and high frame rate and cutting quickly, it's like it's such an eyesore. So that stuff I've always hated in films, where they use shaky cam to like hide poor stunt work or try to like work around something to do something quickly. And I get it, you know, we have to make compromise in film. I do handheld to compromise on my film sets, so I get it, but I try to not make the image as jarring as humanly possible. Right. So yeah, handheld cam is totally cool, and I think it can be very, very effective. I just don't like shaky. Like if it gets too shaky, it like distorts the image, and I don't like it.
I gotcha.
Yeah. How about you?
I mean, I feel like shaky cam can be good when it's done right.
When it's done right, yeah.
Yeah, like you mentioned John Wick, that shaky cam done right, and the final scene in Seven, which without spoiling anything, that shaky cam
so
done
good,
right, yeah,
so good.
And I feel like the Jason Bourne movies, they do shaky cam
Fantastic example.
in a good way, yeah. I don't really mind as long as whatever is being used is done in a good way.
Yeah, I think it's all about like intent. I think the intent is
important.
And
like you have so many tools at your disposal that like sure you can have a preference, but it's all that matters is how you use it.
Exactly. Yeah. Just please don't do shaky cam, high frame rate, and cutting quickly. Like that's like three. Like do one of those things. Like the three things is like Jesus. Like it's like the information overload that the brain can't like. I think it takes like half a second for your brain to adjust to see something. So if you cut quickly and it's high frame rate, it's hard for your brain to then follow the images, so it's hard to kind of grasp the geography of the fight. And even the Batman warehouse scene in BVS uses shaky cam,
right?
So it's but Zach being Zach, he doesn't cut quickly. He'll let the shot kind of hang on the movement, but use the movement to show speed and momentum as opposed to hiding something,
right?
So like you said, it's always about like how you use it as opposed to just like the technique itself.
Right. Martin asks, which of the scrapped Godzilla film concepts do you find the most interesting and why?
My favorite one has always been Godzilla versus Ghost Godzilla.
Same here.
I fucking love that idea. That's such an out there premise, but it works so well. And
I know
it works so well, and I can't believe it hasn't been done. I feel like I don't know why. I feel like it would have been done, but it hasn't been done yet.
Like closest thing we've ever gotten to that was Godzilla against Mechagodzilla.
Yeah,
because you have Kiryu. Yeah,
yeah. I've always liked that idea. It behooves me why they scrapped it. I don't know why they did. I guess maybe they thought it was too outlandish, but
yeah.
But Godzilla has been outlandish, so I mean, it's not in the realm of insanity. But yeah, I've always liked that one. That one always stuck out to me, and it's cool. It's like the new Godzilla versus old Godzilla. That's a good idea, and I feel like they kind of put some of the elements in that in Destroyer a little bit.
Yeah, like mainly because I mean, Oxygen Destroyer kind of make the franchise go full circle. Though I think the Godzilla versus Godzilla idea like would have fit that aspect more.
It would have really come even more like full circle.
Yeah,
yeah. That
more of a sphere, if you will.
Yeah. That's such a wasted idea, but it's so good. Hopefully, maybe one day. Who knows? But it's such a good idea.
Yeah. Here's hoping. Godzilla Gamer asks, Yoko, can you direct Godzilla vs. Megalon 2, Jet Jaguar's Grand Adventure?
So, wait. So, is it just a Jet Jaguar movie? Or is it, or does Megalon appear in the movie? Because it's called Godzilla vs. Megalon 2, Jet Jaguar's Grand Adventure. So, is it just Jet Jaguar's Grand Adventure? or is it just part of Godzilla versus Megalon 2? That's funny.
I mean, yes.
It's up to interpretation.
Yeah.
Listen, whatever Jet Jaguar is in, I got it okay. That's a rule.
I really like the new singular point design for Jet Jaguar.
I like it. It's so weird.
It's a fantastic callback to classic 70s mech design.
Yeah, I love that. It's like a clunky, like the shoulders are like square and broad, and the arms are kind of like long. It's a great design.
see. Here There's Fire asks, what do you think about Bride of Godzilla, which was it's one of the more earlier canceled or scrapped Godzilla movie ideas where Godzilla falls in love with a giant robot.
I think so.
It's weird. It's very, very weird.
Yeah, I don't know what to think of it. It's just so. It's one of the weird ideas where I don't know because it's too weird.
Yeah.
I don't hate it or I don't love it. It's just weird, and I don't think it'll work. But who knows? Some weird ideas have worked that I think would not have worked. So who knows? But I never liked the idea of Godzilla having like human feelings, if that makes sense.
I mean, I guess in a way it's okay. I'm just going to draw a big question mark before I say this. A good way to kind of show the more character aspect of Godzilla. Going to draw the question mark again. Yeah, it's strange.
I don't know why it was ever.
Yeah, like there's so many ways you can highlight that aspect. It just
maybe like another of its kind, like another Godzilla species, I guess.
Yeah.
Like a robot.
I guess on the bright side, we're thankful it didn't happen.
It didn't happen, but did Bride of Godzilla start the idea of like a robot wife? Now that we're like in the 21st century, like we're kind of like going towards that idea now.
You're right.
So maybe it's groundbreaking, Davis. I don't know. Like maybe it's like secretly a genius idea.
Oh man, they really could have done something there in hindsight.
Yeah, but nope, they squandered it like all great ideas.
Let's see. Ethan asks, you've mentioned how much you've recently gotten into David Fincher's work. What is your favorite film of his?
Yeah, Fincher has always been like my top tier directors up there. It's got to be Zodiac for me. I adore Zodiac so much, and I watch it like constantly. And it's weird because it's a movie about a serial killer, and it's dark, but I keep going back to that movie for some reason, and I love the investigation angle of it, and it's such a well shot. Well, all of his films are well shot, but Zodiac is probably my favorite of his. But I will say his dark horse, in my opinion, that I think doesn't get enough cred is Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I think that is an excellent movie that I watch a lot, and I love Lisbeth and Mikhail Blomkvist and that entire cast of characters. And I also love the Swedish movies also, but I also do love the Fincher version equally on the same level, maybe if not slightly more. But yeah, I love Zodiac. Love Zodiac so much.
Yeah, I believe Ethan's been wanting me to watch Zodiac for a while now.
It's good. It's really good. Like it's a weird kind of addictive. I don't know. It for me, it's an addictive movie that I keep going back to because it's so cinematically rich. I love that movie.
Yeah, like I'm.
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Which of his movies have you seen, Davis?
Let's see. I've seen Seven. I love Seven.
Love Seven.
Fight Club is amazing.
Love.
Although I just broke the first rule right there. It's not his fault, but Alien 3. I mean,
even he doesn't count that as his own film.
Yeah.
But the assembly cut is better.
Right.
But a great concept, but
yeah, I would have much preferred like one of the original drafts for Alien 3 where it's actually set on Earth. Like I feel like that would have been a lot more interesting.
Yeah, and then like just killing off Newt and Hicks. I was like, are you?
But well, we did get that in Alien vs. Predator Requiem, but you know how that turned out.
Yeah. What do you mean? Requiem? That's not a movie that's ever been made. It's only the first AVP. That's it.
Yeah.
No more were made.
Yeah. The first Alien vs. Predator is all that matters. I didn't know they made a sequel. Wait, did they make a sequel? Oh no. They actually didn't. Okay.
No, it's just AVP. I love AVP. I know it's like a trashy movie, but I love it. It's so good. It's fun.
I grew up watching Alien vs. Predator.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. I don't get why people shit on it. It's just a fun movie.
Yeah. Sean asks, what's your favorite movie theater in New York?
I have two, and it's because they kind of play different films. So their functions are a little different. AMC Empire 25 is the one that I go to the most. That's the one in Times Square. And AMC Lincoln Square 16, or is it 13? Something like that. AMC Lincoln Square is where we have the largest IMAX screen in the US. So I go see IMAX movies there. And the AMC in Lincoln Square plays a lot of indie, Oscar, prestige kind of films, as opposed to AMC Empire 25, where they play more mainstream movies. But nowadays, Empire 25 is also adding some more indie stuff there too. But AMC Lincoln Square usually plays them first. So those two I always go like back and forth with. But that IMAX screen in Lincoln Square is glorious. It's just
nice,
beautiful, and I'm really hope I can see Godzilla vs. Kong on that theater because it's open now. We're open soon next week. Theaters are open, so we're almost there.
Yeah, let's get it.
We're almost fucking there. I'm so fucking ready.
Godzilla Gamer says it's a new tale where Jet Jaguars having a midlife crisis.
Jesus Christ!
And Jet and Megalon take a trip to Toho Studios to get into the next Godzilla film. Oh, and Godzilla's in there somewhere, like the original.
That, you know what? That's actually a somewhat of a good description of the original film. And Godzilla's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
That's a mid. Wait. How does a robot have a midlife crisis? I guess like it's like circus are getting old. It's like, oh man, shit, I haven't gotten to like a robot date. I didn't get to watch a robot movie. I didn't get to do all these robot things.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh man, shit. Oh my god. And it's breaking the fourth wall, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I honestly love to see like a docudrama of sorts of the making of the first Godzilla movie in the same way as the Disaster Artist. I'd love to see something like that.
That would be great. That would be fantastic.
Martin asks, what are your thoughts on the scrapped American Godzilla films?
I've always been curious about the version with the Griffin in it.
That one's, I believe, was from the 1994 version that was going to come out but got scrapped.
Yeah, I think that was the one with the Stan Winston design, I believe.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I think that's the one.
Right? Yeah. That one's always been, one that I've always been interested in because I was like, the Griffin, the hell is that? And the design looks cool too. For the Griffin and the Godzilla design, I think it's interesting. But that one has been the one on my mind. I think the most is the Griffin one.
All right. Let's see here. Me personally, I'm okay. Back to Godzilla '98 again. I kind of would have liked to see the other two movies that were planned for that trilogy before that got canned.
As much as I'm not a fan of '98, I would have loved to have seen a trilogy of that. Also, Godzilla 3D to the max.
Oh yeah, which is basically like it like it was basically like an Americanized version of the scrapped Godzilla versus Hedorah 2 concept that Yoshimitsu Banno was pitching around.
Yeah, I it was so close to production and it just didn't get made. I was like, oh, okay. And they even made a poster for it too. So I was like, okay, so like this far into production, you just stopped. Okay, interesting. And then I guess that turned into the
Godzilla 2014.
Yeah, so sure, I guess, but I was always curious about that movie, and it was interesting how on the poster it was the Kiryu Godzilla. So I was like, are they reusing that suit?
I mean, I'm sure it was probably like a
placeholder, probably.
Yeah,
yeah.
A kind of like the colossal poster that had Godzilla and Mazinger Z.
Oh, just right. And Toe got really upset at Colossal.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I forgot about 3 to the Max. I was always curious about that one, but it never got made.
Let's see. Oh, what are your thoughts on the Rocky franchise?
How do you hate anything from the Rocky series? It's Rocky.
I mean, they're all fantastic.
They're all it's Rocky Balboa. You can't. I mean, obviously, 3 isn't the best movie, but like it's they're all good movies in my opinion. Yeah, they're all good movies, and even like Creed. 1 and 2 are good too.
How do you feel about Stallone coming out with a new version of Rocky 4?
Oh, he is? Oh shit!
Apparently, there's been word that that there's going to be an alternate cut of Rocky 4 that's coming out apparently, and it's I can't remember the specific details, but I do know it cuts out like the birthday robot in that movie.
Oh man, the birthday robot. Interesting. It'll be curious to see. It'll be curious to see a Rocky 4 cut. Obviously, as the movies go on, they get kind of more silly.
Right.
And I think depending on who you are, you may like it or you may not like it. I'm okay with it. I like Rocky 4 for how cheesy it is, and it's
I must break you.
If you can change, and it's fun. It's so fucking good. But yeah, I'm curious to see if there's a new cut coming out. It would be interesting. But I like the Rocky movies as they are, like all of them. I think that I wouldn't change a single thing. They're all classics, and even Rocky Balboa is good, and I really enjoyed Creed.
I'm loving the Creed movies so far.
Yeah, I was honestly in the beginning. I was like, "Are you really doing a movie about Apollo Creed's kid? Are you seriously?" But then seeing it, I was like, "I'm floored. I love it. This is great. This is awesome." I don't know why I was ever worried. I apologize, Ryan Coogler. I'm so sorry. And then Creed 2 was also good. I was like, great. And then I think Michael B. Jordan is directing Creed 3.
Really?
I heard about that. I was like, oh shit, that's awesome.
Alrighty.
Cool. Starring and directing. That's big. It's big.
We got another one of these questions. Martin asks, okay, this is probably my last question for tonight because it's getting late, but which of these 3 fantasy directors do you prefer? Tim Burton, Peter Jackson, or Del Toro?
No, why do you do this to me? Fuck. Oh, there's 3 of them.
I'll go ahead and say Del Toro because I feel like he makes for an amazing entry point, like for that sort of genre, like
Agreed.
Pacific Rim, Pan's Labyrinth, the Hellboy movies, The Shape of Water. There's so much creativity poured into those movies that like they're just so remarkable.
Not because his overall body of work is perfect, but I'll pick Tim Burton because I feel like without Tim Burton, Peter Jackson and Del Toro might not be where they are.
That is fair. Yeah. I can go forward with that.
I think Tim Burton kind of opened the doors for Peter Jackson and Del Toro to kind of like go full weird, because Tim Burton was the guy originally in the beginning who was like, I'm the weird one. Like I'll make like the quirky, like weird movies, and that became like a staple of like the early 80s up until, you know, the 90s and stuff. And I think Peter Jackson coming out with his like horror films and Del Toro coming out with his horror films, and both of them kind of like being kind of wacky in their own way, somewhat stems from Tim Burton's work, I think.
Right.
And I think Tim Burton must have been a huge influence on both of them, especially Del Toro.
Yeah. Because that gothic sort of aesthetic does carry over into Del Toro's work.
Exactly. So
like, especially when you look at Pan's Labyrinth and the Hellboy movies.
Especially those three. And even like Shape of Water has like those like some similar color palettes as some Tim Burton movies. So Tim Burton isn't the perfect director at times. I think there are times where he makes a movie that I'm not a fan of, but then he'll make another movie that I'll genuinely like. So although his entire body of work isn't as defined as Del Toro's, in my opinion, I can't ignore Tim Burton's cultural impact on film. And I think without Tim Burton, I think a lot of people like these two guys here wouldn't be where they are currently, or it would take longer for them to succeed because they have to kind of like try to prove themselves to push their weird visions forward. But with Tim Burton, it must have been slightly easier to kind of like pitch something because Tim Burton already existed. So the weird kind of like carried over, if that makes sense.
Right. I gotcha.
Yeah. So I'll pick Tim Burton, even though I'm not a fan of some of his movies, but most of his movies I like.
Understandable.
But Peter Jackson made Lord of the Rings. Fuck.
Very true.
I love Lord of the Rings.
Same.
I watched them recently and I was like, oh my god, these are so fucking good.
They are.
Yeah.
We have Jan term here at my college, and during my freshman year there was one about film scoring.
Mm-hmm.
And for 2 days we did nothing but watch the entire trilogy, extended editions, mind you.
It's the only ones that I watch. I don't even own the theatrical cuts. I only watch the extended because I gotta watch the extended cuts. It's gotta be.
See, Godzilla Gamer, you guys want to hear the plot to Godzilla vs. Megalon 3? Gigan's terrible lawsuits.
Can you imagine Gigan like a suit, like, and he's got the claws, like, Your Honor, listen, just like, that's I gotta see the plot for that.
Yeah, funny how it's Jet Jaguar and Megalon working at Toho, but you know how Toho is pretty known for their lawsuits, so I mean, it's almost like a perfect transition.
It is.
Yeah.
And Gigan in the suit, it's gonna be great.
Oh, it's gonna be legendary. Sean says, Davis and I discussed this last week, but what do you see in terms of the future of video game movies?
Man, Mortal Kombat's about to like kick the shit out of the genre. It's gonna fucking it's gonna fucking wreck everything else it's come before.
I am hyped for Mortal Kombat.
I'm not even like, again, I don't play games, so I'm not like into the franchises, but I know enough about Mortal Kombat and the lore, and once I saw that trailer, I can't stop watching it. It's so fucking good. And we talked about this too, privately, but it's epic.
I mean, Hiroki Sanada, Scorpion. I mean, you cannot go wrong with that.
Mwah, chef's kiss. So
I could not imagine any other actor playing that role.
Him yelling "Get over here" is, it's the coolest shit.
Yeah.
And they got I please hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Joe Taslim.
Yes, as Sub-Zero. I just watched the Raid movies recently, and they are phenomenal. And
you did it. You promised me, and you did it.
Yeah.
You did it. Oh my god, dude. I told you. They're so good. They're so
I know. Good. They're just easily some of the best action movies ever.
Hands down. And I love how the Raid 2 is so different. Raid 1, and it expands the world of this underground criminal syndicate. It's so good. And our boy is in it. The fuck's his name? God damn it. Final Wars.
I'm sorry, my connection kind of bugged out a little.
Sorry. He's in the Raid 2. Kitamura, is it?
Kazuki Kitamura.
Yes. He's he's in it, and I was like, oh shit, there you are.
Yeah.
So I'm
minor role, but still great.
Minor role, but still cool. I'm like, you're in this cool. So yeah, Joe Taslim as Sub-Zero. What better casting choice than him? Just God.
Let's see. The name is blanking on me right now. I think it was Tadanobu Asano.
Oh yeah,
as Raiden.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Ichi the Killer is one of the freakiest films I've ever seen, and I'm so excited to see Asano play Raiden.
I'm actually friends with him on Facebook, oddly enough.
Really?
Yeah, I am. It's weird. I don't know how that happened, but I'm friends with him on Facebook. I don't know how that
happened. Have you ever seen Ichi the Killer?
I have.
Yeah. Oh, it's
good.
Yeah, it's something. And I feel like his character in that movie may have inspired Heath Ledger's Joker.
Maybe. With
the scars.
Yeah. I can definitely see that. Yeah. He must have taken some. Well, it could be a coincidence. Who knows? But I can definitely see the inspiration from there. And Asano is also really good in Scorsese's Silence. He's great in that as well.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, it stars Andrew Garfield and Adam Driver and Liam Neeson. And Andrew Garfield is a Jesuit priest who has to go to Japan and convert the Japanese people to Christianity. And it's in the 1800s, I believe. And it's a book written by a Japanese author. I think his name is Endo something. And it's a movie that Scorsese has been wanting to make for 20 years, but he hasn't gotten the chance to. But he made it in 2016, and nobody saw it, but I saw it.
Damn.
And he's in it too. The guy who he's also in Shin Godzilla. He directed Tetsuo.
Oh, Shinya Tsukamoto.
Yes, he's in the movie as an actor for a small role in that as well. So
I love Shinya Tsukamoto.
Yeah, I gotta watch more of his work.
Have you ever seen Kotoko, by the way?
No, the only film of his I've seen is the first Tetsuo.
Oh yeah. I will say, while Tetsuo is it is the movie he is most famous for. I mean, Tetsuo is a phenomenal movie. I'd say on that same level, even though it's totally different, Kotoko is.
Kotoko. Okay.
Yeah, it's. I can't even describe how great that movie is.
I gotta check it out. And yeah, I've seen him on set 2. So
Yeah, because he was also in Shin Godzilla.
Yeah, so I'm glad that I didn't know his body of work, because I would have flipped the shit. Like, if I was a fan, I would be like foaming at the mouth. So it was a good thing that I didn't know who he was at that time. And now that I know who he is now, I feel like if I ever saw him again, now I can have a conversation, because I never spoke with him, and I feel like I would be doing him a disservice if I spoke with him and I didn't know who he was.
Right.
So I'm glad like we had no interactions, but I did see him from afar, but I didn't know who he was at the time. But now I do, and he's awesome. He's great.
Yeah.
Also a great actor too. Like shit.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, part 1. So
Oh my god, he's got like a story. And
finally getting another movie and get famous. Geigen, however, gets mad, decides to sue both of them. Soon, Jun Fukuda is involved.
He's in this.
He's in this somehow. Has to talk to Geigen about the lawsuit.
Wait, is he alive? I don't think he is. Is he alive? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna check real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if he's alive.
Let's see here.
I know he was in like the early 2000s, but is he alive?
He died December 3rd, 2000. So it's probably an actor playing Fukuda.
Yeah. Unless we go back in time and we get a young John Fukuda from the 70s. Then
he did post more, but I don't want to skip around.
Yeah.
See, Yoko, thoughts on Shin Ultraman? Personally, I think it looks more fun than Shin Godzilla, knowing Anno is a big Ultraman fan.
It's going to be a hell of a blast, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. It's and this is going to be Higuchi just unleashing himself. So great. Yeah. Fantastic.
Because I mean, if you think about it, we've never really seen Higuchi like at his full potential just yet.
Yeah, I think with the Attack on Titan films, I think he was still kind of not creatively in charge.
He was very restricted because Hajime Isayama, like, he wanted this story instead of this one.
Right, but I think Higuchi did the absolute best he could to kind of make it his own with his style, his sensibilities, and the way he shoots action and stuff. But this one is just unfiltered, untethered Shinji Higuchi with Anno. So it's gonna be a fucking blast. And that teaser looks great. Holy shit!
Oh yeah, it really does.
The cinematography is amazing.
Yeah,
like I love the shot where I don't know who the actress is, but like she has the remote, and it's like this close.
Oh yeah,
to and it's like and you see like the 4 characters like that, and that's such a good shot. It's so Anno.
Oh yeah, almost forgot. I was talking with someone in DMs about this interview, and he wanted me to tell you that he really loves that one shot in Shin Godzilla where the camera is like on a rolling chair.
Oh yeah, and it rolls over. Yeah, that's a great. Like, that's the shit I love about Anno. He just picks like the weirdest angles that I would have never thought of. Like the remote control angle. Like I would have never thought to shoot it like that way. But it's creative, and I love his creativity so much. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait for it. And I heard it's going international. I think Shin Ultraman.
Really?
I heard it was trying to go into international markets after its Japanese release. So hopefully, like Shin, we can probably see it in the fall. Hopefully, if Funimation or whoever picks it up.
Yeah,
who knows?
I have a feeling Funimation might pick it up, but at the same time, Mill Creek does have a license to to a great chunk of the Ultraman library, so they may end up getting the distribution rights.
True.
I just hope it doesn't turn into this huge rights battle.
Yeah,
because Shin Godzilla did end up being very successful in America. see. Jay says we may or may not be announcing something Mortal Kombat related on Thursday.
May or may not, huh?
Yeah. Okay, part 2. Then Geigen gets fed up with Fukuda and decides to destroy Toho. Now it's up to Jet and Megalon to save Toho.
So Megalon's saving Toho. Okay.
Yeah, Godzilla isn't even in this one. He's just in the after credits.
So why is it called Godzilla versus Megalon 2? Oh, that's great.
Part 3.
That's got to be a movie where it's like it's like somebody versus somebody, and the first guy in the title doesn't even show up.
Yeah.
That's great. I love that.
Part 3. It was supposed to build up to the canceled 4th movie, Godzilla vs. Megalon 4.
Oh
Godzilla's actually in this one this time. The finale to the Megalon cinematic universe. The MCU.
It's so... Oh, the MCU. Smart. Yeah. I see what you did there. That's such a weird workaround where you went from 1, 2, 3, but they're trying to make 4. Jesus, that's crazy. That's genius.
Oh, imagine Shinya Tsukamoto and Yoko Higuchi doing a movie together.
It would be the weirdest shit you'll probably ever see. It'll just be...
or it can be something with a lot of emotion. I mean, movies like Kotoko and Killing are more of his more emotionally driven films, and it pretty much just shows how much range he has as a director, and it's incredible.
As much as I haven't seen any of his work, what I have heard from people who have seen his films is that, like you said, the range that he can do is incredible. So that's honestly that speaks a lot about a director. So that's awesome. That is awesome.
Oh yeah. Hope you enjoyed the absolute dumbest thing I've ever written. But Yoko, if you want to direct the Megalon cinematic universe, the option is on the table.
And then you see on Variety, the first movie made $2 million in its entire theatrical run. All future films canceled, but has a massive cult following.
Oh yeah. Let's see here. Oh, Martin says, sorry, but it's supposed to be the last question. Maybe think of another question. And what are your thoughts on Gareth Edwards and his direction in films? Such
an underrated director. I think he doesn't get enough attention, in my opinion. I think he's great.
I thought Monsters was pretty solid.
Yeah, and for a debut film with a low budget, really well done. Really impressive stuff.
Rogue One was fantastic. Loved Rogue One.
The only new Star Wars movie to come out since Episode 3. Gareth has such an eye for scale. It's insane.
Oh yeah.
The dude. I love the shot in Rogue One where you see the TIE fighter fly past the Star Destroyer, and it's coming at the screen, and you see the scale of how tiny the TIE fighter is to the Star Destroyer. But then it cuts from the Star Destroyer to the Death Star, and how tiny the fucking Star Destroyer is against the Death Star. So that's genius, flow of cuts, and how he scales. This is how small a TIE fighter is to a Star Destroyer, and how small a Star Destroyer is to a Death Star. It's simple storytelling techniques that are classic, and I think Godzilla 2014 implemented a lot of what Spielberg likes to do, and even he admitted he went through the Spielberg playbook and went through Jaws and Jurassic Park, and so he feels like a very classic Hollywood director, but using kind of new technology to do, his films. And I think he's really underappreciated. I think not a lot of people talk about him as a new thing, but I think he's always been on my radar as somebody who is always kind of pushing forward and is a new voice, which is always a good thing. So I can't wait for his next project with which I think is supposed to be a low-budget sci-fi film. So I'm like, all right,
sounds
down
interesting.
yeah, I'm down for whatever he does, man. I'm excited.
Let's see, Kaiju Guy asks, Yoko, what is the most underrated kaiju film in your opinion?
It's honestly weird because I feel like most kaiju films are underrated, but everyone in the kaiju fandom has different tastes. So, like, not one Godzilla film to me is underrated because everyone kind of likes a specific one. So there isn't like, am I making sense?
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying.
What's underrated? That's a hard one.
You want me to go ahead and list some real quick?
I think like even like some of the Gamera films, like Gamera versus Guiron, I think is underrated.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm with you there.
Yeah,
I like Gamera versus Guiron.
Yeah, it's knife head. What could you explore? What could be better? It's great. That's I think underrated because it's not talked about a lot.
Yeah, and there's plenty to talk about when it comes to Showa Gamera.
Yeah, I think the Showa Gamera gets shit for being kind of kiddie, but
and there's nothing wrong with that, honestly.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that because it knows what it is, and that's the best part. That's the beauty of it. You know what I mean? So can't fault it. What's another one?
You ever seen Pulgasari?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. And like Yongari.
60s or the remake?
Oh, the 60s, obviously. The 60s. Right. Yeah, no. It's gotta be 60s.
Are you sure you're not talking about the remake?
No. I guess the maybe the Gappa movies or X from Outer Space. I guess those are also a little underrated.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would say, okay, it's technically not a kaiju film, but one of the more underrated ones that I don't hear a lot about is the Mysterians.
The Mysterians was actually pretty big when it came out. I believe it featured the first live-action mech to be seen in a film.
Yes, I think
being Bulgara.
Yeah.
And it actually did innovate some pretty interesting techniques for tokusatsu, like with the laser effects.
Really that movie.
And like explosives too.
Yeah, that one I like a lot.
Yeah, like I will say it. Unfortunately, it is pretty dated by today's standards, but that's mainly because it kind of paved a way for all this stuff. Well,
exactly.
It helped pave the way for all this stuff.
It's kind of like watching like old Star Trek. Like it's old, but you have to appreciate the artistry that kind of goes into it. But I don't know if that's considered a kaiju film.
Not really. I mean, you could say that Mogera in that movie is a key kaiju, which is machine monster.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think those are the ones that have come into mind. Yeah, I think so.
Let's see here. Sean says, going to call it a night.
See ya, Sean.
Take it easy, Sean. Martin, getting off now. Thank you for answering my questions. Good night, and have a good rest of the week.
Yeah, good night, man.
Martin.
Peace, Martin.
Looks like our viewership's dropping a little. We've been going on for almost 5 hours. You want to go ahead and call it?
Sure. Yeah, let's give it a call. Let's call it.
Okay. Yoko, I mean, it was it was awesome having you on here. I'd love to have you on another stream
Yeah, of course.
with the other guys like
Yeah.
Cole, aka Godzilla Gamer, as well as Jay, Sean, Tony. I mean, like we're more than happy to have you come on to another stream like those.
Hell yeah, I'm so down. Like I always hated missing your streams because like I was always so busy.
Hey, I mean, you're working on your first feature film. I mean,
Yeah, but now that I have some leeway on certain weekends, I do want to pop up on some of your streams. So we'll definitely keep in touch, and I'd love to come back to this because this is awesome. I love this.
yeah. And you know, I really enjoyed doing that one stream with you, Derek, and Adam, where we just sat down and talked about movies.
I want to reboot at some point. The Kaiju Boys, bring it back.
Yeah. Hashtag bring back the Kaiju Boys.
Bring back the Kaiju Boys.
But you want to go ahead, do your closing, plug your stuff.
Sure. I always keep this thing handy because I use this for Matt's stream. But these are my social media links. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Resistance0101. And you can see my works at youtube.com/The Resistance Films. And I am currently, as we discussed, working on my first feature film. So it's a lot of hard work that it's being done right now, but we're making some progress, and I will keep you guys update on the progress as much as I can. And yeah, thank you so much for listening to me ramble about random stuff. Yeah. I appreciate you guys being here for like 5 hours. This was really fun. So thank you guys so much. It's been an honor. I love it. Thank you so much.
It totally was. And again, I mean, it was a blast having you on. More than happy to have you come on to another stream. And yeah, I guess I'll do my closing real quick. So you know, if you're on the stream, I guess you already found me. Titan Goji on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff. Also have a Patreon. Links in the description, by the way. Same goes for Yoko's social links. His stuff's in the description too. But yeah, on my Patreon, you can get, depending on how much you're willing to contribute, you can get early access to videos, exclusive content. You can even commission a video for me. And I also have a TeePublic. Link is also in the description, and you can feel free to check that out. And just to pretty much tease what's coming later. Yeah, there is a Zack Snyder's Justice League watch party. That's coming soon. But for the entirety of March, it's going to be nothing but Kong reviews. So all leading up to Godzilla versus Kong. So look forward to that, guys, and definitely look forward to the last session.
Thank you, good sir.
All right, so yeah, have a wonderful night. Take it easy, y'all.
Peace, guys.